Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice. I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time. Kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, okay, there we go. What's going on, guys? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. Oh, what a day. Thanks for being here. My name is Alan Cox. Welcome. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right there, too.
Yo, creepy hugs.
Harry Santora is out. Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people.
You okay? Mm-hmm. All right. If you'd like to join us, please do. There's no shortage of ways you can do that. If you want to call, 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007. You can send me texts, 35192. If you're listening on the iHeartRadio app, you can leave messages there. If you prefer to listen passively, that's totally fine, too. You would represent the majority of the audience. As much as we like talking to people, it is it's a minority of those people who will reach out and touch someone, namely us. There was, did you catch, were you guys here early enough to see this country guy performing out here?
I did not catch that. No.
They sent an email to everyone earlier in the week that WGAR, which is our country station, was going to have a country performer out here in our music lounge, and they were going to have some listeners and, you know. Now, I don't know any of these guys, so when they email them, they have the name of the person. I've never heard of that person. I'm not tuned into country music artists. Mary likes all those guys. This was a guy named Russell Dickerson. I thought he was the guy that directed Surviving the Game with Ice-T, but no. That was Ernest Dickerson, and that was 30 years ago, so it shows you what I know. But the entire, and, you know, they brought in some listeners to watch this. Every one of the listeners out there that they brought in, they were all young moms with babies. And I know this because they had the babies with them.
Yeah, I saw that.
They were all sitting out there, and I didn't get it at first because I'm just looking out into the suite through the window in my studio door. I'm in here, and it takes me a second to realize what's going on, and I kind of go out there and do a lap, see what's up. All these young moms with babies. Like babies, where they have like the little headband with the flower on it still because they don't have any hair. And they're out there loving it. And the guy must have been hilarious because I heard laughter nonstop in between songs from the guy. So I don't know any of his work, but those girls really seem to enjoy him. And, you know, the young moms, kind of the young country moms, you know, they dress the part too. They're just coming here. They won something from GAR, and they're coming to watch this guy perform. But they've got, like, the knee-high boots, and they got the fall sweater on.
Oh, yeah, they all
got it.
They're dressed all the same.
The personification of the pumpkin spice latte and the little babies. I mean, lovely girls. So whatever this guy, I don't know what this guy's situation is.
Country music's not about individuality.
He's got a pretty comely audience.
Comely?
I mean, yeah. And they were
look that one up.
They were.
Is that why they all have babies?
What's that? But yeah, I was like, wow, who are all these women with babies? Because before he got here, the listeners were all milling around. They were waiting. I'm like, what the hell is going on? I thought maybe they were having some kind of, I don't know what I thought they were doing here. So maybe they were part of some organization that was going to be recording a podcast here or a commercial or something. And it turned out that they were part of the listeners who had won to come and see this guy. Tall dude. Boy, if you are tall, get into country music because it seems like rock and roll guys, a lot of them are short. You meet a lot of rock and roll dudes and they're short. But a lot of these country dudes are tall. these tall corn pones, and then they put the hat on.
He's
whatever they got.
6'4".
And there you go.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're wearing a hat, which I think fewer and fewer of the young country artists do, some of the guys that are youngish, but they're still kind of throwbacky, like your Aldeans and those guys.
If I had good hair, there will be no hat involved. When I start balding, that's when I put the hat on.
Why cover up an amazing head of hair? Why do you think you see me in caps so infrequently?
I mean, let's be honest. This show is full of good hair.
Great hair.
It used to be.
I've got good hair. Bill's got good hair.
Poundcake, I like your hair. Like, since you've started growing it out, it's good. I like it.
You look way better with your hair longer.
Yeah.
I still want you to go full on. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to stand growing mine out, but as of now, I'm still growing it out.
What do you mean full on? My beard or my hair?
Your hair on your head.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure.
You know I'm on record as saying I want you to go to the full boondocks.
I wouldn't look bad. I'm sure my girl Annie, Bill, and mine stylist can work it out. But it just takes a long time, and I don't know if I'm patient enough to do it.
You guys have the same stylist.
Yeah.
Bill put me on.
Once he started growing his hair out, I was like, hey, go to Annie. She'll take care of you.
Because I don't.
Because you were going to your brother's guy, and he would just do your hair just like your brother.
Yeah.
And
That's no good. You were going like a barber shop.
I've always gone to a barber because, again, grew up in a black household. We don't go to stylists. When I told my brother I was now going to a stylist, he was like, well, excuse me.
It's like, that's the gayest thing you've ever done.
Honestly, that's literally what it was. My entire life.
Yeah, faux shiz.
It's been barbers. I've never gone to a stylist. Bill was the first person that put me on to a stylist, and I'm like, oh my God, this is what I've been missing. So yeah, I've been getting my hair cut, pretty much a skull. What do they call it?
Skull cut.
Skull cut.
Yeah.
My entire life, and I feel like after 29 years, and I saw how bad my hairline was receding, I'm like, either I'm gonna do the big shave and just go completely bald, or I'll give it one last try and see how it looks grown out. And that's when I got the stylist.
There's a barber right here in the arcade. Did you ever go to the barber down here?
No, I don't just randomly go into barbers. It has to be word of mouth. I don't look online.
Because you used to have your guy from Jordan.
Yeah, and I don't know if his barbershop is still there. Like, I mean, I'm sure it's still there, but
yesterday on my way home, there was a mobile barbershop just out there on Prospect. It was like Hollywood Cuts or something like that. You could see like the chair in there, and they have like a trailer they drive around and can line you up right there on the street.
I don't pick barbershops that way. It has to be someone I know that has gone to. I need someone to vouch for them. I don't care if a random person, because I don't know who that random person is in bed with. I don't know if he's getting a cut from telling me, oh, this guy's good, he checks out. It has to be one of my friends that goes there that I can pull up on, like, hey, this dude ruined my, fade or whatever.
Well, however, if before when you were just cutting your hair short, there's nothing for them to screw.
It's not the point.
There's nothing for them to screw up. I have hair.
Yes, you can.
I can't have somebody screwing up my hair.
That's not true.
If you were going in saying, give me the number one guard and take it down to the skull, you don't need somebody who. You could have somebody do it and not worry about it.
No, that's not true. I had a number. I would get a number 2. I would get it faded on the sides and tapered in the back. You'll be surprised.
Oh, that's a whole thing then.
You could be surprised how many people can screw that up. My dude, what was his name?
Rasan?
It was like Rakesh or something like that. Rakesh from Jordan. He knew my skull inside and out. So
inside? He knew your skull from the inside.
I didn't have to give him.
That is literally irrelevant information to a barber. They only need to know your skull from the outside.
But no, he needed to know inside too, because he would know when I was having a bad. I went to him often enough. I lived on Prospect at the time.
How often were you getting haircuts?
I would get them like every 6 weeks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and this was when I lived on Prospect, and his apartment or his shop was on Euclid, so he's right down the street from here. It was I'm not to give them a plug, but it was
right here on the east side.
It was VIP barbershop, and I don't know if he's still there. And he would know when I was having a bad day. I would just sit in the chair, and he's like, "Usual." I'm gonna say, "Yes, the usual." He would cut me, and
with a straight razor.
No, he had a.
He didn't razor your head. Did you do the edges with a razor?
I don't remember. It's been so long.
All right.
And then my other guy, that was my brother's, and I would have to drive all the way to Lorraine.
All right, well, now you've got Bill's girl. Mm-hmm. Do the two of you ever go and sit in adjacent chairs and hold hands?
All the time.
I've got to take a break. I'll have another $1,000 for you. Listen for those keywords because you get them once an hour, about 30 past. So 2:30, next chance for you to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. 35192 to text, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio.
Free music.
Free live radio stations from all over the country.
Free podcasts.
Free playlists.
Free contests. Free artist radio stations.
Commercial-free stations.
It's free. I love iHeartRadio. Join the millions of music, radio, and podcast fans on the #1 streaming radio app now.
iHeartRadio.
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 Free never sounded so good.
The words radio and Ohio both end in I-O. And I-O is one of the moons of Jupiter. Have fun trying to figure out whatever the that means. I-O, I-O. It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
About 10 minutes away, I got another $1,000 for you, so listen for that keyword. But 30 past every hour. I'll roll one out for you. I try to nail them right at 30 past, but, sometimes
you get into something.
I just get onto something, or I'm on a roll, and so I'll hit it a little bit late, but never early. You can always count on that. Maybe I should start doing that, hitting them early. Either way, your Cavaliers start the season off right last night. Donovan Mitchell puts them over the top by 1 point, 114-113. Cavs over the Nets in Brooklyn as they kick off the season last night.
So much fun.
In New York. Yeah, I saw some of it.
I caught
fun to watch
bits
those
and
guys.
pieces I was hosting my show at East End, and so I would go out there and check on the score and everything, and caught the very end of the game with all the excitement, and it was fantastic, and it's got me so pumped just for this season, for Friday, for basketball in general to be back. It made me so excited that I went and bought the NBA League Pass so I can just watch a bunch of games.
Oh, you did?
I love basketball, and
sure,
it's only like $100 for the whole season, so I was like, hey,
worth every penny.
Worth it for me. I watch a lot of basketball.
We will be live at the Romo Fijo tomorrow afternoon. It's the Cavs home opener. They won't tip off until 7:30, but we'll start up at 2 like we normally do. Bridget Linton is going to rejoin us. She'll sit in tomorrow over there. And I'm hearing conflicting reports about when the gates open. One person I heard said 5, somebody else said 6. Obviously, we would have more fun if they opened at 5 because, we like to see you guys. If it opens at 6, that's fine too, but we'll almost be done with the show by then. And it's going to be a Friday afternoon, so there will be a live, loud, echoey, cavernous Bill Squire Friday Get Down.
Bringing Loudville to wherever we're broadcasting. Where are we? Do we know where we're set up at?
We're going to be, yes, I think that I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm excited for it.
But I don't know for sure, so I don't want to say.
Okay.
But, when those gates open, I'm sure people won't have...
We'll bring in Loudville down to the main concourse, probably.
We were talking about Loudville, and a couple of people told me that it's not Loudville because of the people. It's called Loudville because that's where the speakers are. And I said, there's no speakers up there, are there? The speakers are around the Jumbotron over the court. Are there speakers up in Loudville?
Not that I know of.
I haven't paid that close attention.
I always understood that Loudville was to get those fans to be like, yeah, we're the loudest fans in the arena.
Yeah, we're up here.
Yeah.
We don't get paid attention to, so we're going to make noise so you can't ignore us.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that'll be tomorrow afternoon. If you get in there and we're still on, come by and say hello. But it'll be fun. And then once the home opener starts, the season is kind of officially underway. If you've had the news on at all, it's pretty much been wall-to-wall coverage of this mass shooting in Maine. And the first thing I thought of, and I sent you guys the group chat, is that's where that nurse was who called the show, Lewiston, Maine. And I thought that we had bureau chiefs there, but I guess she's just a listener in Lewiston, Maine, and I enjoyed talking to her just because she called randomly, and she had been listening there in Maine, and I loved it because I like that accent. But I have to think that she has been dealing with the aftermath of this shooting. I don't remember the hospital she was working at, but she had called us, and she, at the time, a couple of weeks ago, was just sitting there with a friend of hers.
From Maine.
From Maine.
Born and raised.
Born and raised in Lewiston, Maine. And how's life? What do you do there in Lewiston, Maine?
Oh, I'm sitting right here with my coworker at St. Mary's Lewiston Medical Center. We're a phlebotomist.
St. Mary's Medical Center. She's a phlebotomist. I don't know. I'm sure. Listen, Lewiston can't be that big. I'm sure if they have more than one hospital, they're all taking victims of that thing.
Hello.
Hi, I love it.
Phlebotomist.
Oh my God, I love a good Maine phlebotomist.
Wait, let's check the deep stuff. When's the last time you saw comedian Bob Marley live?
Comedian Bob Marley. Well, actually, it's been since before COVID because I actually just moved back home from Ohio. That's how I found out about you guys. I saw Bill Squire about a couple months ago.
She was at a Bill Squire show.
There you go. That's pretty.
She didn't yell out with a Maine accent or anything like that?
Not that I remember. But I also love that.
Phlebotomist.
Like the Bob Marley thing was exactly what I wanted it to be. She's like, it's been a little while, but I've seen him.
Yeah. So this guy walks into a bowling alley and then walks into a restaurant and starts spraying whoever's there. The bowling alley, it was youth bowling night.
Just don't get it.
And this is a guy who was known and on record as having mental health issues. He had been in an institution for a couple of weeks. He told his family, this is a 40-year-old guy, a person of interest. They can't find him.
That's terrifying.
They think they found his car abandoned at a boat dock nearby. And records said that he had bought a Sea-Doo, a jet ski, in June. And so because they don't know where the guy is, they think that he might have crossed state lines. So they have the Massachusetts police on high alert, too. Because they got a ping from a license plate that they think might be have something to do with him that crossed into Massachusetts this morning. So now it's a multi-state manhunt and investigation and whatever. Person of interest is a 40-year-old guy named Robert Card. And so the running theory right now is that he might have very well escaped on that jet ski. But he walks into this bowling alley and starts shooting the place up. And the parents and, were able to some of them were able to get into another room and kind of hunker down behind some tables or whatever. But he went to this place and then I guess went to a bar down the street. And like I said, they found his car abandoned. But they said, but if you've paid attention to this, the fatalities have they said between 15 and 22. 18 deaths was the last thing I saw. This is, they said, easily the deadliest shooting in the history of the state of Maine. And so now they're looking, telling everybody in Massachusetts to kind of keep their eyes open and their head on a swivel. But if you've seen any of the security footage of this guy, it's as scary as anything else you see. And this is a guy who recently lost his job. He's an Army veteran. One of these guys that I think even the most ardent gun rights person would say, this guy should not be able to get firearms. For all of the lip service given to mental health, this is a guy who checks every single one of those boxes. This is a guy who walked in, but the family is like, he has been saying he's hearing voices. I guess he had some procedure or something that would, his hearing wasn't good, and so he got some kind of hearing aid. He had to wear these really strong hearing aids because he had been losing his hearing. And despite that, he would tell his family that he could hear people making fun of him all the time. And his family responded essentially by saying, well, you're just hearing things. But if you're somebody who thinks that people are saying things, that's not going to make you feel any better. So they don't know why he walked into the bowling alley and why he walked into the bar. They don't know if they're random. They don't have the guy yet. By the time they find the guy, he might have killed himself. But he had been in a mental health facility for multiple weeks over the summer. And his family is like, his family does the usual thing. He's really nice and never had any problems, but he's recently gone downhill, which is putting it lightly. And the rest of the family says that he had recently lost his job. He had publicly made threats to shoot up a National Guard base in Maine. But nevertheless, I guess people just weren't paying that close of attention to the guy. But he had lost his job. He had worked at a recycling center. He had worked as a long-haul truck driver. He has kids. So they're trying to track this guy down. But this guy that they're focusing on, just because he's been identified through the security footage, is still technically called a person of interest. They talked to a girl who survived and her mom, a little girl named Zoe Hutchinson, who's 10 years old, who got shot. We're talking to her on Good Morning America.
Zoe's leg grazed by a bullet. The young girl now unable to comprehend the horrific crime scene she witnessed.
It's just like shocking. Like it's something that you think would never happen. I never thought I'd grow up and get a bullet in my leg. Why? Like, why do people do this? I was more worried about, like, am I going to live? Am I going to make it out of here? Like, what's going to happen? Are the cops going to come?
You know, she sounds like a pretty sharp kid.
Yeah.
But the saddest thing in all of this is that these kids are getting less and less
affected by it.
You know, like these kids are kind of like TV ready when something like this happens. And that's really the saddest thing. I mean, obviously it's tragic and sad, but I mean, when they put these little kids on.
You know what's creepy that I didn't realize? If you go to, I'm on Google Maps because I wanted to look up the city. It has the city where the shooting is. Like the two, or not the city, but the two places where the shootings happened. It's like marked on Google Maps. Like if you go to Lewiston, it shows you.
Lewiston shootings is what it says.
Yeah. Now.
They do that for all these.
I didn't, but that's like where they were, but they don't do that. Because if that's the case, you know how many little red exclamation points would be on all the cities?
Well, no, I think they do it to try to update it in the moment, in the immediate aftermath.
Goes away after it's settled?
Yes, I believe so.
Because literally, you just type in city and it's like, it has little red exclamation points.
I think it's for people using Google Maps to orient them as to what's going on. That there's probably going to be a lot of police presence at those two locations, that there's going to be, you know. But it is right on a river. So this theory that this guy might have hopped on a jet ski and gotten onto the Androscoggin River and taken it elsewhere. I don't know, but they're trying to find this guy. But again, it's awful and tragic, and with 18 dead, a part of it being at youth night at the bowling alley, that's more dead kids. But little Zoe Hutchinson there, fortunately just grazed, but... you know, and not in the moment, probably terrified in the moment. But, you know, hours later when you're on television, she sounds like she's got her head together at least. Let me give you some money here. It's $1,000. As promised, a chance for you to grab from the Buzzard bookie. It ain't our money. Hopefully it's your money. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Deposit. That's deposit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
You know, unrelated to that, but kind of nearby, in New Hampshire, I was reading this story about this custodian at an elementary school, and he's making people nervous. He's making the parents nervous. He's making the administration nervous. He's making the kids nervous because at night, nobody's there. He has been taking photos and videos of himself. He's dressing like a clown, but like a horror clown. You know, like your Pennywise or your...
I think it's Twisty or whatever it was from American Horror Story. Was that?
Is that one of them? Yeah, probably. Or Art the Clown from Terrifier for a more contemporary reference. And they're like, he's really not doing anything wrong. He is trying to win a contest.
But he's on the clock, right?
No, it's at night.
He's not on the clock at night?
He's not working at night, but he's going there because there's no one there. So he's like, well, no, there's no one there. But people are seeing this stuff online. He's trying to win a clown contest. Grand prize is $13,000. Obviously, the guy's not getting rich being a custodian. He was asking staff to support whatever. But it's making people really nervous because if it were just that, that would be one thing. But he's also like making comments online where he's like, I can identify with a lot of the monsters in movies. And he's talking about how, like, you know, those are characters like me who've been hurt by everyone around them and singled out. Just the kind of stuff that makes people really nervous,
Yeah,
right?
that's cry for help.
Right. Anybody who's like way into horror clowns, it's never for something great. So, you know, word gets around and people are like, it's gross and it's uncomfortable, but they keep the guy employed. They're like, well, we can't really do anything about it. It's unorthodox, but nothing we can really do.
You can tell him it's private property and you can't go there.
Well, he's an employee, so they're, you know. But then, like, online, he's made some comments and he's taken photos of himself in the clown costume holding a gun. So it's like, this is where we are, though, where bosses are afraid to outright fire these people because they're worried they'll come back and shoot everyone.
Yep.
So it's like everyone's kind of held hostage to these potential psychos. You know, if he's at night and not, you know, not harming anybody, but again, the administration's like, yeah, we're not super jazzed about him being here at night, taking videos of him dressed like a horror clown. Like, go do it at home or something, you know?
That's why I don't understand why they can't tell him that. Like, if you're not,
they can, but this is what I'm saying. People in charge are terrified. They're like, yeah, we could fire the guy, but then what's he gonna? Now he's a disgruntled clown,
right?
That never ends well.
He's gonna show up in the clown uniform
or a disgruntled fill in the blanks.
Yeah,
I don't know. You can leave us messages, anytime you want. Mission accomplished for that guy. If he wanted to terrify people, he did it. The Alan Cox Show After Hours line is 216-986-8903.
Alan, Trucker John, King of I-71. There is a Taco John's, exit 165 off of 71 South, inside the Love's truck stop. Has Poundcake started getting his big pimp suit together to accept his award? All right, man, take care of each other. Trucker John out.
I don't think it's a pimp suit, right? We just said for the Cleveland Scene Winners Party, you said you're going to wear a big canary yellow suit. That's more of like a super pimp suit. Maybe that's what he was talking about. Has Poundcake gotten his outfit together?
I don't think he has. I think he's on the phone right now.
All right.
But,
Speaking of Taco
Poundcake and I still haven't gotten our invitation, so we don't even have
forward mine
official.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we should get an official invitation. As
you might. Well, it's just to save the date. So maybe they're still going to send those out. Do you have your suit, Poundcake, for that party? Oh, he's on the phone.
Still on the phone.
Did you see the photo going around Taco Bell? The hits keep on coming for Taco Bell. It was a photo of somebody getting a haircut.
At a Taco Bell?
At a Taco Bell. Oh, God.
What now? What did you ask?
Well, Trucker John called and asked if you had gotten your pimp suit for the Cleveland Scene Party yet. And I said, more of a super pimp suit.
No, I haven't.
Not a pimp suit, like a canary yellow zoot suit or something.
I was preparing. I needed to see, the info.
Right.
So, no, I didn't.
No, but I think it was a girl who worked at the Taco Bell who took a photo of one employee giving another one a haircut. You know, if you guys have the same stylist and maybe she's booked one day, just go to the Taco Bell. Just call them and find out. Hey, you guys have any openings for? I just need a clip.
I'll take a cheesy gordita crunch and a
little off the top.
Yeah.
And fade. Yeah.
I was just really shocked to look back and see someone cutting hair in a kitchen. I've never experienced anything like that. I also feel like I did the right thing. So if this is what it takes to do the right thing, then so be it. I'll find another job.
Wait, so she got fired for taking the photo?
Well, they called her a former employee, but I think she took the photo. This was in Kokomo, Indiana. Of course, the town immortalized by the Beach Boys many years ago.
The Muppets.
We've already gone over this, Poundcake. The Muppets were covering the Beach Boys.
I think it was the Muppets.
You think the Muppets initiated that song? You think that the Beach Boys covered the Muppets?
Didn't the Sanderson sisters make I Put a Spell on You?
See me after the show, will you? Hey, Bill in Lakewood.
Hey, Al. Hate the show.
What's going on?
Hi, Bill from Lakewood.
Hey, Bill in Lakewood.
Hey. I just had a quick comment on a guy that's going for the clown custom. So, what happened to, like, you're on the clock 8 to 5, and if you step foot on the premise at 5:30, you're fired? Or in today's media world, if you post something derogatory or, quote, scary, threatening towards someone, you're fired? See, we've lost you're fired because we can't get enough people hired.
No, it's got nothing to do with that. It's what I said. The people are terrified that somebody's going to come back and shoot the place up. Because he can't get his head around the fact that, you know, these guys post photos, just using this guy as an example, you know.
I know.
Or the guy in Maine, a guy who just lost his job. He's severely mentally ill, still got a gun. So they're like, yeah, he just walked into a bowling alley. So every normal person walking around in society is held hostage, essentially, passively, by you have to accommodate people so that they don't come and murder you.
Yes, that's the problem with, not the problem with America, but guns have been so readily available for so many years. And I hate to say it, criminals aren't playing legal. They're playing illegally. And this guy was a trained Army veteran.
Yeah, but you're not a criminal until you commit a crime. This guy hadn't done anything. This guy hadn't done anything before that. You know what I mean? Like 99% of people who are mentally ill are not violent. So when people talk about it's not guns, it's mental illness, fine. Then fully fund mental illness programs around the country. But that doesn't get done either.
Absolutely, but I mean, mental illness is a big problem. But you can't tell when an individual is gonna lose it, and
but you got signs.
Plenty of signs. That's what those red flag laws are for. They're like, hey, a guy who was institutionalized for 3 weeks because he's hearing voices, let's go to extraordinary lengths to make sure that he can't harm either himself or anyone else.
But then you throw him in prison, and then it's your civil rights. I mean,
well, no, not prison. He was in a hospital, not prison. He hadn't committed a crime until he murdered 18 people. Now he's a criminal.
How do you keep him in a hospital for, say, a year? Like, that's involuntary. You said he was 40 years old.
Yeah, I don't know how any of that works, Bill. But I mean,
if he's threatening, I just think if he's making a threat, that should be taken more serious than we find out about it after the fact. Like if he's making that threat, he made a threat. It was documented. He made this threat to go shoot up a base. That should put people in action to do at least a 30-day hold or do something to get this guy into a place, into a facility where they can monitor his mental health and try and help him get back to a place where he can be part of society and not be dangerous.
Not only that, he had the I got to move on, Bill, but I appreciate the call, buddy. Okay, thank you. There's Bill in Lakewood. Not only that, but this guy obviously had the clarity of mind to go, let's see, I'm going to shoot a place up. What are my choices? A military installation where they're all armed, or a bowling alley with kids? Gee, where am I going to get less resistance? So it's not like the guy's completely out of his brain. He made that calculation. Go to a military installation. They're going to fill you full of holes on sight. But it's terribly, terribly sad. But the nurse that called us was the very first person I thought of when they said Lewiston, Maine. I got a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
Let's go to the fart authority. Rover's Morning Glory.
And Alan Cox.
I'm no elitist. I'm no snob.
You're at home of the Cavaliers.
This is Cavaliers guard Donovan Mitchell on 100.7 WMMS.
This is Doug Gottlieb. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Penn Station East Coast Subs.
The NFL's 8th week will begin tonight with the Buccaneers visiting Buffalo. Tampa Bay has lost back-to-back games. They sit at 3-3 now. Forbes ranks the Cavaliers as the NBA's 16th most valuable franchise at over $3.3 billion. Golden State's atop the list at nearly $8 billion. And Guardians radio voice Tom Hamilton's a finalist for the Baseball Hall of Fame's Ford C. Frick Award. That winner will be announced in December. I'm Scott Davidson.
Hungry? Penn Station East Coast Subs has those hot grilled subs you crave. The best fresh cut fries and fresh squeezed lemonade to quench your thirst. Try the chicken teriyaki or mouthwatering Philly cheesesteak. Order online at penn-station.com or stop in a location near you. Penn Station East Coast Subs.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
When my daughter gets a cold, I have a secret weapon. Dayquil Kids Berry from Vicks. Dayquil Kids is specially formulated to treat kids' most bothersome cold and cough symptoms quickly. And the best part is that Dayquil Kids Berry tastes really great. Aren't you supposed to be resting? Maybe.
Dayquil Kids Berry. The kids' berrylicious daytime congestion, coughing, stuffy head, stuffy nose, just for kids. Medicine. Safe for kids 6 years plus.
Hey, it's Alan. Now is the perfect time to get yourself a brand new ride at Classic Volkswagen in Menor. They're doing their 2023 Volkswagen Fall Fest, so it's a great time to test drive a brand new VW. Go see my buddy Mike Urban out at Classic VW. 3.9% APR for 72 months and no down payment on a new, unused 2023 Volkswagen Tiguan or Taos models through Volkswagen Credit. Find them online. Get all the details at driveclassicvw.com.
3.9% APR. Monthly payment of every $1,000 financed for 72 months is $15.60. Not all customers will qualify for credit approval or advertised APR. Offer ends 10/31/2023.
Get 11% off everything now at Menards. Update your home to make life easier with smart home products from Fight Electric.
participating U.S. Wendy's. Vanilla Frosty is temporarily unavailable. Wendy's, quality is our recipe.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Thanks for turning me on and allowing me to spend this time with you. I hope I can turn you on.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I put a spell on you. Because you're mine. Stop the things you do.
This is Bette Midler. If you've never heard...
It's so cool. I didn't know that this guy covered the Sanderson Sisters. Who's that? Who's this?
You son of a bitch. Screamin' Jay Hawkins from Cleveland, Ohio. You don't know Screamin' Jay Hawkins?
I do now because he covered the Sanderson Sisters.
Yeah. This is a guy who studied opera at the Ohio Conservatory of Music. He's not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, which, boy, people go round and round and round about artists who should or shouldn't be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I can't believe that Screamin' Jay Hawkins, from Cleveland, by the way, is not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. This guy, everybody talks about Alice Cooper. Screamin' Jay Hawkins was kind of the father of shock rock. Before anybody was doing anything along the lines that he was up there with a cape, and there was a coffin, and he had a skull, and he was singing these songs, and he's, of course, he died about 25 years ago, probably. I think he was having surgery, and it went south, but he's also famous for having a lot of kids. A lot of kids. He had 3 children with his first wife, but he also kind of got around. He has reportedly between 60 and 75 children. And after he died, they set up a website to trace the kids. Hey, if you think you're one of Screamin' Jay Hawkins' kids, click whatever. And they were able to identify 33 of his children. Wow. And a fraction of those met up and had a reunion after he died.
Damn.
So he was out there leaving it in, town to town, up and down the dial. But he did I Put a Spell on You. And it was a big, big song. That's mid-50s, like I said, way before anybody was doing anything with shocking kind of stuff. And it kind of makes sense. I mean, if you draw a line between him aspiring to be an opera singer, which is obviously very theatrical, and then getting into kind of blues and rock and roll. But, you know, you would think that if an artist had a few kids, they might benefit from having a big song like that. But when you got 75 kids, you know, the royalty checks are probably like 17 cents anytime that song is licensed in a movie, because that's far and away his most popular song. Now, for me, I got to go back to Constipation Blues for Screamin' Jay Hawkins. I don't recall anyone else who ever did a song about not being able to take a dump. It should be the theme song for Poundcake at Work. Constipation. You ever heard Constipation Blues?
Mm-mm.
Great song.
I feel all right. Yes, I begin to feel all right now. Splash! Yeah. Yeah, I tell you.
I mean, I feel like I'm there with him.
I'll tell you what a G Screamin' Jay Hawkins was. A couple of years before he died, late 60s, he did Constipation Blues on stage with a toilet next to him at the Taste of Chicago. At the food festival, he's up there doing Constipation Blues. Couldn't have worked out better. Yeah, he finally feels all right. Screaming Jay Hawkins, ladies and gentlemen. Born and raised in Cleveland, Ohio. Again, everybody can go to the mat for who their favorite artists might be getting into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. But the fact that Screaming Jay, unless I miss something, the fact that Screaming Jay Hawkins is not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is a goddamn travesty, especially being a local artist.
I mean, that song alone should get him in.
Alan, he should have changed his name to Sprayin' Jay Hawkins. Yeah.
He died in France. Well, excuse me.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, that's what it said. And it said
is that like a great thing?
Whoa, he was 70. He died. You're wrong, Alan. He died in 2000.
Yeah, okay. I said 25 years ago, 23 years ago.
You said
okay.
in the 60s.
No.
he never,
that song was in the 60s.
Oh, yeah.
Or mid-50s. He died, I say he died about 25 years ago.
I wonder where he grew up. I know Cleveland, but
Cleveland, Ohio, like
Cleveland's
I said.
He means like what part of Cleveland, I think, is what he means.
Damn it. I want to know the neighborhood. I want to know if his house is like enshrined somewhere.
Probably not.
Get on my nerves. I know Cleveland. I was listening. I was just curious.
Yeah, I don't know. He was put up for adoption and adopted and raised by the Blackfoot Confederacy. Studied classical piano as a child and learned guitar in his 20s. I don't know where in Cleveland he lived.
He seems like the type of guy that would haunt you after he dies. Like if you're living in my house, this is where I used to take my crap. This is where I wrote Constipation Blues.
Constipation Blues. Yeah.
Like he looks like a guy that will haunt.
So do you consider it? Is it to you? There's an element of status that he died in Paris?
Yes.
Wow. I mean, Paris is a very smelly city, so it would fit right in.
See,
I mean, hopefully there wasn't a garbage strike or anything going on.
I'm going to do my best to pronounce this city.
Wait, hold on.
Because it wasn't Paris. It was...
Did he die in
France?
In Arrondissement? I thought you said he died in Paris.
He said France.
He did. Oh, I thought, okay. So he did not die in the city of Paris. Was it maybe suburban Paris that he died? Okay, take a crack at where he died.
Neuilly-sur-Seine.
Oh, my God. What are you doing?
Neuilly-sur-Seine, France. Neuilly-sur-Seine.
I'm looking at the same thing you're looking at. How are you getting that out of that? Neuilly-sur-Seine. You know, the Seine River runs through Paris and France?
No, I've never been to Europe. Excuse me.
No, but how are you getting Sui out of S-E-I-N-E?
I said Neuilly-sur-Seine. Neuilly-sur-Seine.
Serie out of S-E-I-N-E. Serie?
Yeah, because it's France.
S-E-I-N-E.
Okay, and Paris
Serie?
is P-R-I-S.
Okay. Well, anyway, yeah, there you go. Just west of Paris, so probably suburban Paris. Yeah. And he died in surgery. Am I correct on that? Wasn't he having like a gallbladder removed or something? Or I don't know. Maybe the constipation got him. Maybe it finally got him.
He had emergency surgery after an aneurysm.
Was it a rectal aneurysm? Is that even a thing?
It doesn't say.
Okay. Well, they say you write what you know.
Maybe in France it is.
Maybe it is. You write what you know, and so maybe constipation blues came directly out of his gastrointestinal distress. Well, anyway. Yeah, listen, people are complaining that Whitney Houston's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and Screaming Jay Hawkins isn't. But again, I'm just surprised he's not. Because they really love going back to those kind of foundational artists. And a lot of times it's people you've never heard of, right? A lot of people don't know who Sister Rosetta Tharpe is, but if she should be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, Screaming Jay Hawkins checks a lot of boxes.
Yeah, that's kind of
Cleveland, grandfather ostensibly of shock rock. You could definitely make the case for that.
He looks like a medicine man, like the guys that you would find in like New Orleans that you have to like sacrifice someone to. He seems like that type of guy.
Sacrifice someone?
Yeah, like I'm getting this from American Horror Story. He looks like that guy that one of the witches had.
Like a witch doctor, like a voodoo medicine man or something?
Like I think in the movie it's like Ali Baba or something.
Mm-hmm.
Or in the TV show. He looks like that type of guy. So he does, check all the boxes to someone that would be in like the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Well, I think it would be great if he was in there. Ron writes me, Alan, I saw Back to the Future in the theater yesterday, and all I could hear was you hitting the post on Power of Love. Isn't that Back to the Future 2? Or is that one?
No, Power of Love is the first one.
What's the one from 2?
There's not really a song associated with 2. Because in 2, they go to the future, and then they go... It's a lot of rehashing the other stuff.
Didn't Huey Lewis do songs for each one of the 3 Back to the Future movies?
Not that were memorable. Power of Love is the only one that I can think of.
Power of Love.
Brand new one from Huey Lewis. You're going to see this in the movie Back to the Future. Huey Lewis signs the news, everybody. 100.7 WMMS The Buzzard.
Yeah, that was pretty good. That was one of my... it wasn't Back in Time from 2? Gotta get back in time. Wasn't that the Huey Lewis track from Back to the Future 2?
I think those were in both of them.
Oh, were they really?
I don't know.
I just remember an SNL bit where Huey Lewis was in the elevator and Kevin Nealon is standing in there and he keeps going, gotta get back in time. Or Michael J. Fox, maybe. Probably not Huey Lewis. Michael J. Fox might have been the host. Do you have Michael J. Fox in your celebrity death pool?
Not yet.
Not yet. I mean, he's lived with it for a long, long time, but I mean, there's got to be a finish line for him. That'll be a big deal when Michael J. Fox goes. Because he's so publicly revered, and he still, you kind of have him kind of frozen in amber in your mind because he really hasn't done anything for so long. You still think of him as a young man, even though he's probably in his early 60s. Do you have Michael J. Fox in your celebrity death pool, Poundcake?
No.
You don't. Who's in your celebrity death pool? Yeah, Michael J. Fox is 62. One of Canada's favorite sons.
Well, I said Janice Dickinson. I'm really surprised she held out this long.
Okay.
And I think the only other one I had was like Shia LaBeouf.
You have Shia LaBeouf just because you think he's got some bad habits, or
I think he's like fell off the deep end. He was like super.
But isn't he kind of been out doing nothing for a while?
That's like the worst time because like they're not busy, so they just do a bunch of drugs or whatever. So who else? I had another one in there. Bam Margera.
Okay. Yeah, I'm always, the old people are easy. I'm always interested to hear. Right, me too. I'm always interested to hear like people go, oh, Dick Van Dyke. I mean, if you had Bob Barker or Tony Bennett,
I look at, like,
Jimmy Carter, that's easy. I mean,
I look at the trajectory of their life. I'm like, Janice Dickinson is definitely past her prime.
Right.
She has known to have some trauma from Cosby, from her father, from probably working in the industry, being a model for 30 plus, 40 plus years. And then she has substance abuse, and she's older, so she has all these things against her. And the fact that she's holding out, I'm like, okay, that's a strong woman. Like, she's been through a lot, and no one has seen of her in forever. So she has been there for a while.
When the celebrities get older, they have the obituaries ready to go. They've been written for a while.
That's so messed up.
Well, you got to have it ready. I mean,
no, you don't have to have it ready.
If you're the New York Times, you got to have it ready. Well, you guys going to sit there and do all their research then?
Oh my God.
It's called preparation. You got to have it ready.
For Bob Barker, you can have it ready.
Yeah. But Michael J. Fox, I mean, I guarantee there's an obituary on him somewhere. And so if that happens, it's ready to go. I remember, I mean, sometimes people have a little bit of fun with it. One of the headlines I saw when Tony Bennett died was, Bennett leaves heart and other organs in San Francisco. Even though I don't think he died in San Francisco. But, yeah, Tony Bennett died this summer.
I hope Shia LaBeouf holds out.
Bob Barker died in August.
He could still come back. He's hot still.
How about Amanda Bynes?
No, she's too protected. Like, she doesn't even have control of her
Protected from death?
Yeah, because she's not going to do anything. Unfortunately,
I got one. Delonte West.
What is he up to?
Yeah, Delonte West.
Because he just keeps having a hard time.
Is he still in the news, or is he still homeless?
He hasn't been in the news, but every time he ends up in the news, somebody tries to help him, and then he ends up back on the street. So I don't know where he's at right now, but I feel like
I forgot about him.
Yeah, that would be my pick.
That was the guy who. What was the rumor?
Mom.
He banged LeBron's mom, right?
That's the rumor.
Gotcha.
Rumor.
Unsubstantiated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Have you watched any women's power slap? I know we talked about the Power Slap League, and then it kind of went away because I think early on the men's Power Slap League had some controversy surrounding it.
Is the women's one the one where they do butts?
No, they do faces.
Oh, okay. I've seen the butt ones that they do on, I've seen it on Instagram and TikTok and stuff.
I'll show you some here. It's no less brutal just because it's women, because a lot of times they'll get wrestlers and people from other countries to do this.
1 second.
Sheena Bathory and Christine Wolmerans were in this power slap. Now, I've heard of Sheena Bathory. I've never heard of the other woman. But obviously, she's hoping to become kind of the big breakout star here. They call her, she was in something called, do you remember the Lingerie Fighting Championship? Remember that? Sheena Bathory was in that. They called her the Hungarian Hurricane. And she fought for the lingerie fighting, what's it called? Lingerie Fighting Championships is what it was called. She was the Hungarian Hurricane. She fought jiu-jitsu. And so a lot of these people, because Dana White runs the Power Slap League. Mm-hmm. So, you know, he's got his hands in these various MMA and MMA adjacent leagues. So Sheena Bathory. So the first slap here, Christine Wolmerans takes it pretty well, if you're watching this here.
But we're going to find out.
You see that? Just to the
again.
face.
Wow.
But we're going to find out.
Wow.
Just mean mugs her because she takes it. But then Sheena Bathory knocks her out. And it looks like she slaps her not as hard. But, and I don't know how you get a TK. I don't know how you get a KO with the slapping, but this
I think
girl
you knock
goes,
him out. I think you literally knock him out. Let me play it again. Was on you?
But it's like she fell down and was dazed.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is massive blood trauma.
I mean, it looks like
I don't like stuff. I'm sorry, I don't like violent sports.
Well, power slap, and this girl's like, I want to slap Ronda Rousey. Who I want next. Bring her to me.
Now knowing all this, what do you want to be next for you here?
Next, maybe Ronda Rousey. She has so many type of sports.
I just report her in the superhero outfit, skin tight
Why
pleather.
not? And we both have judo background. Obviously, I have much big respect to her because she did it much better, higher level. But it would be really a big pleasure to fight against her.
Hey, Dana, there's an idea.
Big pleasure to fight against her. I'd love to slap her face.
A slap that hard will give you tinnitus.
Well, that's what I'm saying. This girl, you know, if they're boxing and somebody gets knocked out, they go down and they're out, right? Lights out.
Mm-hmm.
These girls, you keep getting slapped. You just keep getting your bell rung, so you end up falling backwards, but your eyes are open. You're staring. I mean, so women's power slap is out there happening. Of course, you got to watch it on Rumble. Do you know what Rumble is? Rumble is like a far-right social platform. That's where this airs. You know, for people who think Twitter's too woke, not enough Nazis. So Rumble probably grabbed this right away. Oh, women getting slapped? We're way into that. Yes, our audience would love to watch women getting slapped.
I don't like
But they're trying to, Dana White's trying to get it out there and get people paying attention to it. They did ask him if there was going to be an interim fight for Stipe. They canceled the big Madison Square Garden thing because John Jones tore his pec. And so they were like, are you going to have Stipe fight someone else? And he said unequivocally no.
Stipe is not fighting for an interim title. You know what I mean? I wouldn't. So Jones said, I want to fight Stipe. I said, you're fighting Stipe. You have the greatest heavyweight of all time versus the greatest mixed martial artist of all time. This is a legacy fight for both of those guys. I mean, to even call Stipe and ask Stipe to fight for an interim title is, you know, complete disrespect.
What if we put Stipe in women's power slap? Like as a referee. As a referee.
Referee, that's different. All right.
Something to consider.
If you Google or go to YouTube and search butt slap competition, that's more my speed.
I feel like we played this when it was the booty slapping competition.
Yeah.
These girls got some cakes, boy.
Yeah, right?
They practice on the heavy bag.
My channel, it's Bella. So, I don't know if you've been aware, but all over TikTok right now, there's been booty slapping competitions. Maybe it's just my For You page, but they're like this one and this one. So I thought, I'm going to bring down 7 sexy OnlyFans girls. I'm going to recreate it, because why not? Content.
See, why don't they put shows like this on OnlyFans?
OnlyFans girls, right? I mean, Bill, let's be honest. Who could possibly be the audience for something like that?
I subscribe to the channel.
Who could possibly want to see that? Booty on booty crime?
This may... Yeah, the first comment is, can we get this into the Olympics?
Yeah, absolutely. Every other dumb thing is in the Olympics.
Right.
Let's put booty slapping in there. Well, good. I'm happy to be reminded of that. The booty. What's the channel? You said you said that you...
Arabella Mia is the...
Ah, all right.
So, yeah. You know, it's for educational purposes.
Yes. Yeah. Well, it's their
women's sports. You know, pay them. Pay them.
it's their duty to slap that booty.
Yeah.
I'm going to break here. If you want to send me a text, 35192, I'll have another $1,000 for you. Another keyword from the Buzzard Bookie coming up at 3:30. And right after the break, you want to go see Ancient Aliens Live. You like that show on the History Channel? They're doing a road show. It's going to get here next Thursday night out at MGM Northfield Park.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
through the end of October. ClevelandClothing.com.
If you really want to know what's going on in this country ahead of the 2024 election, you've got to get away from the extremes and listen to the middle.
Hi, Jeremy. My name is Jeff. I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio.
The Middle with Jeremy Hobson is a podcast focused on Americans who have a huge say in who's in power and what gets done.
Jan here in Kansas City, Missouri.
Americans in the middle.
My name is Venkat. I'm calling you from Atlanta, Georgia.
We're live and taking your calls every week. Listen to The Middle with Jeremy Hobson on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you a fan of Ancient Aliens? It's a long-running show over on the History Channel, and everybody on that show, they're hitting the road, and they're coming to Cleveland. If you haven't seen Ancient Aliens, they explore all kinds of theories, extraterrestrials visited Earth for millions of years, and everything adjacent to that. Ancient Aliens Live is called Project Earth. It's going to be here 1 week from tonight, out at MGM Northfield Park. So next Thursday night, Ticketmaster.com's got the details. I'll give you this pair for being caller number 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
These days, you have a million ways to entertain yourself.
Are you not entertained?
This one just puts entertain in air quotes.
I am not entertained.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I will have more Ancient Aliens tickets for you. Tomorrow we'll be live from the Romo Fijo. Tomorrow night is the Cavs home opener. They started off the series right, man, or the season rather, in Brooklyn last night. Beat the Nets by 1 point. Donovan Mitchell comes in at the very end. I think he won with a 3. So Cavs will be back home tomorrow night to host the Oklahoma City Thunder. That'll be a 7:30 start here on MMS. You'll also be able to listen on the iHeartRadio app. 7 o'clock is going to be that pregame. So we will be posted up live at the Romo Fijo tomorrow. Bridget Linton is going to rejoin us. She'll sit in for Mary. She made her debut on this program last week, and we had a lot of fun with her. So she's carved out a bit of time to come hang with us tomorrow. But Cavs have a full weekend. They're going to be here at home Saturday and Halloween. They're going to play the Pacers and the Knicks, and then they'll hit the road to play the Knicks in New York the next night, back-to-back. But Cavs.com has got all the details for you. I'll have another $1,000 for you here in a few minutes, about 4 or 5 minutes, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Be listening for those because they come every hour. And so I want to make sure that you don't get, that you don't miss any of those. If you're somebody who pays attention to what's going on in out there in the far reaches of space, right? People who I was reading, I still get emails and updates from my alma mater. And the University of Glasgow has done a study where they've looked into, for a long time, I don't know why they're doing this, I think because there's all this renewed interest in what's going on in the moon. You might have seen something where they're talking about like, well, we're gonna make roads on the moon. I don't know that anybody knows why they're doing that, but anytime they make statements like that or conversations about it, the people who are in charge of these kinds of studies always have particular reasons. It's all in the name of research. And so they're analyzing lunar crystals. You go back 50 years to Apollo 17. And they would gather these things, like they do here on Earth. They'll take bits of land and rock and whatever so that they can determine how old something is. And so for a long, long time, they have assumed that they know, based on what they've studied, how old the moon is. And so they go through these crystals in this sample that they've got, and from that they extrapolate how old these satellites are, these pieces of rock. And this latest study says that the moon is 40 million years older than we thought. So, we were talking about celebrity death pool before the break.
Moon.
I'm
going to put the moon on my list.
If you have any conversation with friends, maybe you've got your own bets in your friend group about how old the moon is. Maybe you and your friends are straight up nerds. They said that the moon is 40 million years older than we thought. And really, it's a number so large, we can't comprehend it. So it feels like they're guessing, because we'd have no way. It would be a lot more compelling if the number was really small. That would keep me interested. If they go, hey, we've done rigorous testing, we've done decades of analysis, and we've determined that the moon is 7 months older than we thought. Now you've got my attention, because that sounds like you've really nailed something down. 40 million years, nobody cares about that. You're not getting people paying attention to that. That's why it's been so hard to keep people engaged on climate change, which is unequivocally happening. It doesn't matter if you deny it. You're being willfully ignorant. It's absolutely happening. But they talk to people who go, well, yeah, I mean, this planet's going to be uninhabitable in 200 years. Nobody who's alive now. Now, granted, these days they're like, yeah, we got maybe 50 or 75. So that's a little bit more. That's a little bit more putting it on people's radar. But they said that we determined the moon is 7 months older than we thought. That's a great story. I don't care who you are. So Glasgow and Northwestern University and NASA in on this, obviously, doing all of these studies of these lunar crystals to come to this conclusion. Didn't you work at NASA?
No. I just shopped there.
Well, that is...
Such a good joke.
So, yeah. I did not go to the McCormick School of Engineering in Northwestern because I'm not that bright. But they have very...
What do you engineer? Spices?
Huh? Yes. Yep. They analyze cumin dust and coriander seeds, and very compelling research there. Well, publish or perish. So
is that where they determine whether to put one opening that is just the small holes so it comes out, or sometimes they'll have a flip top on both sides where one, it can come out in large quantities, and the other side with just like the holes.
When they they were designing the modern spice container, I know what you're talking about. You get the little ones, and they've got the flaps on either side of the lid. And one of them, for smaller, it's got the 3 little holes so that you can more surgically apply your spices. And the other one just comes out in big wide open mouth part, right? Which part do you think they did first?
Probably holes first.
You think they did holes first?
I think, well, no, probably the wide mouth. And then they go, this is too much. We're overdoing it on a regular basis. So we need a little bit more control.
Okay. Because, Poundcake will talk about how white people have no seasoning in their foods. And so you have to wonder if they started with the holes or the wide mouth. Well, maybe you don't have to wonder. I wonder. Like I said, I'm not that bright. These are the kind of things that keep me awake at night. But again, I don't know what the McCormick company, that's got to be owned by somebody, some big conglomerate. If it's owned by Stouffer's or something local, maybe we could figure that out. Oh, it looks like it's its own company. All right, well, what do I know?
Also, the fact that white people are somehow known as not having spices when the British Empire literally
worked to steal it,
took over a third of the globe in the name of spices is really disrespectful to our culture.
Because they knew they didn't have spices, and they're like, oh, man, they throwing down over there. We ain't invited to the cookout? Fine. We'll just take over yours. And y'all been doing it ever since, so...
Well, and again, I have to recuse myself from that conversation because my dad was from the Deep South, and he absolutely knew his way around spices. So when my dad would... What's that?
Nothing. Continue.
When my dad would cook, you knew what was in it. It was pretty good.
Like I have been fortunate enough to be raised by a black mother and a black aunt, and my whole family, my mom's side of the family is all black. So I always knew soul food growing up. I don't know what my dad's side of the family is like. I've never been to a cookout that he was throwing. I've been invited to other cookouts, but I don't know if he can cook.
What if you found out your dad was an amazing cook?
Now,
everything he made was infused with an amazing array of spices and flavors. It just made your mouth and brain explode. And he was your dad. Now you, knowing you as we do, you would take credit for his culinary abilities.
Well,
you take credit for other people's achievements.
From what I
inexplicably, but that's what you're on record as doing that.
From what I heard, my grandmother on my dad's side, my dad's mom was authentic Italian cook. Like she made great Italian food. I think she's first generation American. So I don't know does that mean that she was born here or that was
first generation means she was born here.
Okay, she wasn't born here. So she grew up in Italy and then moved over here. So from what he told me,
she's an Italian immigrant.
Yeah, from what he told me, that she was a great cook. And I met her later on in life before, and her mind was already deteriorating from the Alzheimer's. So, I didn't really get a chance to explore it. So if he took a little bit from her and has a little of that in him, then that's great. But I don't know if I would trust it. She's no longer with us, so I don't know if he's doing it correctly or not.
I always love when somebody's like, oh, my grandma is the best cook, and then you have their food, and you realize they just love their grandma.
And it's
like your grandma's actually a terrible cook. You just love your grandma, so you think this is nostalgia food.
Well, unless you have, when I was a little kid, people in my family died young, so I grew up going to funerals. So you ate a lot of funeral food. Mm-hmm. So to that point, I felt really confident in the belief that my grandma was a great cook. And by all accounts, she was. Like, she was the woman that, the church was like, hey, could you make us food for this funeral? Like, she was one of the old ladies cooking for funerals.
Yeah, my grandma was not a great cook. Mm-hmm. Neither of them were really good cooks.
See, I'm the worst Italian ever because I don't really like Italian food. I didn't grow up with it, so I get everything just comes. It's very hearty. Like, everything comes with a sauce, a cheese sauce. Like, it's too much.
That's American Italian.
I mean, Alfredo sauce, marinara sauce,
that's not what they're eating they're not.
I don't know.
Alfredo sauce on a daily basis in Italy.
I don't know. It just seems like a lot, and I never had a craving for it. Like, I like chicken parmesan and spaghetti and meatballs, and that's about as Italian as I get.
Meatballs.
Yeah, and I don't even like the regular spaghetti. I like the angel hair pasta.
You want to hear me make a lot of people mad?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
With a hot take. Italian food, not hard to make.
I don't know.
Not hard to make. Not hard to make it good. And because it's based in simplicity. So yeah, you got to get the spices right. But I mean, again, there's not a wide array of,
Other than Poland, I don't know any other European cultures that make like a signature dish. Like, I know Poland has
Poland.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
France?
France. Yeah.
Spain?
Yeah, I don't know.
Swedish meatballs?
I mean,
you never had a Swedish meatball?
You've never been to an IKEA?
Never had French food. Sounds nasty. And
you've never had Greek food?
No.
Huh.
I had baklava. Is that Greek?
You never had a hero?
That is Greek.
Okay, I've had baklava. What did you say?
You never had a hero?
A euro?
Mm-hmm.
We went to Euro Gyro in college. Does that count?
No.
Did you eat them?
I've got to give you $1,000 here. It's a chance to grab some money from the Buzzard bookie, so I hope you win.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Alan, unspiced foods were originally for the elite because only rich people could afford fresh meats, etc. Yeah, listen, back in the day, gout was the disease of the wealthy because you had all these rich foods. And so you'd have kings and you'd have gentry landowners and things like that. They were the ones who got fat and got gout because they were having these rich meats and spices and foods, where the peasants were all skinny and eating bread. But, maybe you had an Uncle Alfredo. Poundcake. Maybe that's what they meant by the sauce. Maybe your Uncle Alfredo made an amazing sauce. But it wasn't white.
All my dad's relatives died off. He has no relatives.
Your dad's relatives have died off?
He had a brother. He died. His dad's dead. His dad was German.
I hope it wasn't from his cooking.
I don't know. His mom's dead. All his cousins, I think he has cousins in Pennsylvania somewhere, but I don't think they claim him. So everyone's dead.
Yeah, a lot of people are texting me, by the way, and they're kind of taking umbrage with your assessment here. They think that you don't know anything about spice because you eat chicken strips like a child.
That doesn't mean, why does that mean I don't know anything about spice?
Well, because if you eat like a child, I guess they're implying that you don't have a refined palate.
But that's not true. That's just what I make.
What's your favorite spicy dish? What's your favorite dish that is just done well and impeccably spiced, and you go, man, I could eat that all the time?
My mom's taco night is famous, and she...
Taco night?
But yes. But she makes her own signature chicken that goes with it. So you can have chicken, you can have the seasoned beef with it.
And what is her signature spice?
I don't know. She makes it. Ask her.
You've never asked your mom what's in this food?
Why would I don't make...
You've never asked your mom. I can't believe the questions people don't ask.
Why would I ask that?
Why wouldn't you? Mom,
because she's making it.
Mom, this is great. What's in it?
Never
The most common question in the culinary universe. This is amazing. What's in it?
Nope, never asked.
Wow.
My mom's greens is on point.
She just puts it on the plate. You eat it. Thanks, later.
My mom's greens are on point. She makes it with the whatever recipe my grandmother did. Because I remember when I was a kid, I used to help her pull the greens, and we lay out the newspapers on the floor, and then we put the stack of greens on top of that, and it was a big pot of greens and had bacon and stuff in it. So I've had that. I don't eat the macaroni and cheese. I don't like all soul food, but the soul food that I have is fantastic.
Yeah,
like my families that make the chitlins and stuff like that. I don't get that far, but anything chicken, anything that has like seasoned meat, I'll eat. Like, for sure.
You don't like the chitlins?
No.
I mean, those can be seasoned properly. Those can be delicious.
There's people in my family like pig's feet.
Yeah, pickled pig's feet.
No.
All right. Okay. Well, the secret of Poundcake's mom's amazing tacos remains unsolved. But that's okay. We'll probably never have him.
I was gonna say,
he's keeping it all to himself.
Keep acting like that. I'm going to bring you now.
Yeah, it's all Taco Tuesday around here now. I'm going to break. You want to send a text, 35192. You can watch at AlanCoxShow.com, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
At Mr. Hero, it's always been about the taste. A taste you just can't get anywhere else. For starters, we have the iconic Roman burger, one of the best burgers ever created. How about a hot buttered cheesesteak or chicken Philly? Or the zesty bacon and Swiss and Sicilian Parmesan, made with homemade bread toppings and spreads. With over 15 sandwiches and 8 sidekicks, Mr. Hero offers something for everyone. I crave a hero, don't you?
I crave the hero.
Hey, I hope you can come hang for the next Cox Out pregame. Kind of switched it up this season. Now we're getting out of downtown for the Browns away games, and we're kind of, making the rounds. Going to be at Around the Corner in Lakewood on Sunday. We'll start around 3 o'clock. We'll have tickets and Bud Light swag, and we'll have MMS prizes. And every Cox Out pregame, one person leaves with $300 in Visa gift cards. So come by and hang. Browns are out of town. I'm going to be in Lakewood for the Cox Out pregame Sunday afternoon at Around the Corner with Bud Light.
Jeff Kinsbach here with Rich Klaben of the Klaben Auto Stores. Rich, the savings are amazing.
Search our wide selection, take your pick, and save.
I know you got an example.
New 2023 Ford Escapes, $2,000 off MSRP, plus attractive lease payments.
Wow, and congratulations on Klaben's 50th anniversary.
It's all about the people. Klaben team members who care and loyal customers who put their trust in Klaben.
Experience the difference at the Klaben Auto Stores.
Hey, K.O.B., you got what I need.
Get what
you need at Kia of Bedford. Lease a new 2024 Seltos S front-wheel drive for just $219 a month for 24 months. KOB wants to get you financed. Go to KiaofBedford.com to get pre-approved in seconds with no impact on your credit score. Go now to the Bedford Auto Mile or KiaofBedford.com. Get what you need at KOB. Lease through KMF for well-qualified leasees with approved credit. 10K miles per year. 34.90 at signing plus taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Offer ends 10/31.
Hey, it's Alan. Well, football season is finally back. Bud Light and Circle K want you to score a game day flyaway to watch your Cleveland Browns play the LA Rams on December the 3rd in LA. What you got to do is get to a participating Circle K location now through November the 18th. You find that QR code, you scan it, and you could win a game day flyaway. Browns, Rams in LA, courtesy of Bud Light and Circle K.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Learn more at chase.com/business premier. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Account subject to credit approval. Restrictions and limitations apply. Cards are issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank. Any member FDIC.
Spectrum Business is made to work the way small business works. Made to rise and grind. Made to start small, but think big. Made to do this and that all at once. And made to do it all with fast, easy-to-use, ultra-reliable internet, phone, and mobile services. Working together to connect every aspect of your business. Because when you're made to work this hard, you need a seamless network made to work even harder. Spectrum Business, made to work. Learn more at spectrum.com/work.
Once you get the meat and cheese for your sub freshly sliced right in front of you at Jersey Mike's, I'll tell you, there's no going back to anything else. That'd be like going back to dial-up internet. Ugh. Am I connecting to space to order Jersey Mike's? Any day now. Okay, it's about to connect. What? Who picked up the phone? Nope. There's no going back once you see it freshly sliced at Jersey Mike's. A sub above.
It's the most craveable time of the year once again at Get-Go. The Pilgrim Sub is back. Give thanks to yourself and indulge in turkey, cranberry sauce, and gravy on Get-Go's secret recipe stuffing bread. You deserve it. But hurry, the Pilgrim is only here for a limited time. It's also pumpkin spice season, and at Get-Go, you can get a lot more than a latte with the new pumpkin spice cold brew, plus milkshakes and hotter iced lattes.
companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away.
All right, what are you winning here? Ooh, Mushroom Head. They have set their 30th anniversary and Halloween show for the day after tomorrow, this Saturday night. This past Monday, I think, would have been the 30th anniversary of their very first show ever here in Cleveland. And so if you've never been to one of those Mushroom Head Halloween bashes, oh, it's a scene, man. To the world-famous Agora. I think it is sold out. AXS.com will have the details if it's not. But you get a pair here from me for Saturday night for the Mushroom Head 30th anniversary and Halloween show. Good luck. Call 10 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Studies show that listening to classical music can temporarily raise your IQ.
I feel pretty smart.
If you're looking for the opposite effect, just stay tuned.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Blue Oyster Cult nails it again. A song called Florida Man, which is not as tongue-in-cheek as it sounds. But they will be doing the Florida Man Games down there very soon. These are being organized as we speak by people down there. An organization of Floridians are going to host competitions based on all of those stories that we see. You know, Florida Man has become a meme on its own in years. People do songs about it like BOC. And they're putting together the Florida, not the Olympics, but they're putting together what they're calling the Florida Man Games. They're calling it the most insane athletic showdown on earth. Now, my question is, do you have to be living in Florida to compete? It'd be fun to go down there. We should send Poundcake down to go compete in the Florida Man Games.
You just told us yesterday he's not very competitive, though.
This might be a way to do it. You get a gator chasing him, he's going to get competitive right away.
Is there any meth smoking events?
I don't know.
Or do you get tested, and if you're not on meth, you can't compete?
You have to eat bath salts, and then you have to eat somebody's face within 10 minutes. Whoever does it the fastest, you win. The games will poke fun, obviously, at Florida's reputation for all the weirdo stories, guns and drugs and booze and reptiles. And, you know, so it's going to happen in February down in St. Augustine. They're doing the evading arrest obstacle course. Contestants will jump over fences and through yards while being chased by real cops. And, you know, a lot of those Florida cops, they're jacked. I remember when I moved from Chicago to L.A., how different the police are. Because Chicago cops, yeah, there's young guys, but there's a lot of stereotypical Dennis Franz looking Chicago cops. It is the Midwest, after all. They're not putting these guys through the paces. But L.A. cops, boy, I mean, you know, this is early 90s, so it was like Rodney King was in the air, the whole bit. Those L.A. cops are like young, jacked dudes who are looking to kick ass. And I don't know if it's still that way. Not sure why it would change, but there's something in the air, something in the water. And I think a lot of Florida cops like that too. So they'll have the evading arrest obstacle course. They're going to have the Category 5 cash grab, which is where they put him in one of those booths, one of those wind cyclone booths.
Love those.
Poking fun, obviously, at the storms that come through Florida.
Question.
But that's not really a Florida man thing. That's a weather thing. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to derail you. I just was curious. I know you said you lived in L.A. years and years ago. Did you like living in L.A.?
I did. It was more of a culture shock than I had anticipated.
Why did you move back?
I had to make a decision as to what I wanted to do with the remainder of my life, and it would not have been in my best interest to stay out there.
Okay.
So, you know what? It ultimately wasn't going to be for me.
Fair enough. Okay. It's just curious.
Might be for you, though.
Because
you might end up out there. You know, if this New York thing doesn't happen. Have you sent anything off yet?
No, it'll be by the end of the week. It will be.
By the end of the, tomorrow's the end of the week.
Okay, well, I consider the end of the week. So I want to have the weekend, and I have a wedding this weekend. I have a wedding Saturday.
Your MC wedding's on Saturday?
Yeah. So
okay.
Hopefully Sunday.
Where do you have to go for that?
I'm out in Hudson.
Oh, pardon me.
Is that a bougie area?
Hudson's very affluent.
bougie,
yes.
I mean, I know
hoity and toity.
I mean, I know people from Hudson. It's nice. I didn't think it was
Hudson's
like
one of those
affluent.
places where you have to have, like, if you have a McDonald's, it's got to look the certain way.
Mm-hmm.
Like the one in Independence, like the fancy ass McDonald's in Independence.
Yeah.
You just have a regular ass McDonald's. You got to make it all bougie.
I know
that's how Hudson is.
I know a bunch of people from Hudson because that's like right up the road from Akron, and so, I mean, I didn't.
Oh, we had a handful of people that we used to work with here that lived in Hudson. Bo Matthews used to live in Hudson.
Mm-hmm.
A couple salespeople lived in Hudson. It's like, wow, that sales game treating you nicely.
I still can't get over one of our sales guys lived in Gates Mills. I was like, you are one of like 500 people that lives in Gates Mills. Like that's essentially the Bel Air.
Yeah, but you never know anybody's story either. There's people who have like
You're not gonna have the one bedroom house.
No, I know, but I'm just saying I've known people along the way where I'm like, they look like they barely shower and they're in like massive. I go, what is going on? And somebody will go, it's family money. And I'll go,
Okay, that's fair.
You never know somebody's story. So there's a lot of people who are kicking it on family money.
But randomly, like when I was growing up, whenever someone said they lived in Westlake, I had a cousin that lived in Westlake, and I know if it were me, I would take a lot of pride, like, I'm from Westlake. Because everyone where I lived, everyone who was rich lived in Westlake, Avon Lake. And that was pretty much it. Growing up in Lorraine County, you were either in Westlake or Avon Lake. And that's where all the rich people lived. But now that I'm here, I'm like, oh, there's so many people in the burbs. Like, if you say a Beechwood, a Gates Mills, an Orange, all these.
Yeah, but you could also, I know status.
It's a reaction.
I know status is a huge thing to you. And so it's probably behooves you. You can look at like median income by zip code. You can tell, if somebody goes, oh, we live in Pepper Pike, or Gates Mills is a great example because it's like those.
It's a township.
Well, they're like not even incorporated. You know what I mean? It's just like practically a large gated community. Like
the rich people make the rules there. They're like, we want to delegate this day for trash day. We want the police to patrol here, and we're gonna pay off-duty cops to do it. So you don't have like an actual. Gates Mills probably has what, like Chagrin Falls police?
I don't know anything about it. I don't know anything. I know it's synonymous with affluence. But again, I know we joke about it here, but I'm not rich, but I live in Bay Village. When we first moved there, because we had been living in the city, and Gwen was like, look, if we're going to have a kid, which we had determined we were going to, I don't want to live in the city anymore. And she had friends. We didn't know anything about anything. She had friends who lived in Bay Village, had grown up there, had left, had come back, loved it. People she worked with. So she goes, I'd like to look at Bay Village. I go, okay. So when we moved out there, people would be like, where do you live? I'd say Bay Village. They go, oh.
Because there are certain cities that
that's fine, but I'm like, there's plenty of people out where I live that aren't in hospital-sized houses, and we're one of them.
Where I grew up.
I couldn't feel more out of place out there.
If I were to say Oberlin, it gets a reaction. Not from affluence. It's just like, oh, you're from Oberlin. Like, they immediately have
what's
a
the
perception.
problem? But what's the problem with Oberlin?
Hippy-dippy,
super
liberal, like college.
Well, what's the matter with that?
Just from people that's not them. Like Oberlin is sequestered because it's all, you either got hood or corn around you. You got Wellington to the south.
Is there any hood corn?
Probably somewhere in the middle. You got hood up towards Elyria, Lorraine, and then you got corn, LaGrange, Wellington, and Grafton.
But I bet everybody gets along, don't they?
No.
Really?
It's very segregated.
Yeah, but I mean, everybody's so close, you'd think that they would be like, look, man, we're all hanging out.
Oberlin was the beacon on the hill because it was very diverse because we would get open enrollment in our school. So we would get people from Lorraine and Elyria.
Yeah, but that's all because of the college. I'm talking about people who live in adjacent communities who are probably very different. There's gonna be bleed over. I mean, there's gonna be people
There's not, though, because none of them were really big. Wellington.
What's the dividing? What's the highway? What's the dividing line?
So
what's the demarcation line?
The town I grew up in, Oberlin, has 58. 58 goes all the way up to Lorraine and down to Wellington, all the way into like Polk. So
what I'm saying is, you got Hill Rods on one side, and you said you got Hood on the other.
Between is Amherst. That's
that's what I'm saying, Amherst. You're telling me nobody crosses the road? Of course they do.
No,
people are hanging out.
It wasn't because
you know how white kids love the Hood. Too.
The perception of it was Lorraine kids didn't want to go to Oberlin because they looked at Oberlin as, lack of a better term, weak school. Oh, you go to Oberlin, you must be a pussy, something like that. Like, so Lorraine kids didn't want to go to Oberlin. Oberlin damn sure did not want to go to Lorraine or Elyria. And so Wellington.
Right, but I'm just saying every area has rich and poor people in it. Now, the ratio might be different, but there's rich people in Vermilion. There's rich people in Oberlin. There's rich people. I mean, you know.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Oberlin was different because we had the college, and there was college professors, there were doctors, and then we had a little bit of like income. I don't know what you call it, income-driven kids, where it was like the Oberlin's version of sex.
Like Newsies?
What is
yeah?
What is
like
income-driven?
They were
chimney sweeps.
They were lower income, but they weren't poor. Like we were lower middle class.
Yeah.
Like we were middle class, but we were on the poor level of middle class. And then there were some people that were like poor that like had welfare or Section 8. And they still lived pretty good because no place in Oberlin was like dangerous. You weren't going to get like robbed or at gunpoint or anything like that. Other cities, that's not the case. Like my mom was like, I am not, as expensive as Oberlin is to live in, I am not going to move and have you go to a different school. You're not going to go to a different school system. No way. No way. I grew up here. She's not going to put me in Elyria. She wasn't going to put me in Lorraine. My dad lived in Amherst, so maybe I could have gone to Amherst, but I think she just was set on staying in Oberlin.
Yeah, I don't know that area that well. I mean, I'll get out to Amherst a couple times a year just to grab some snoogles at Kodrowski's Bakery, and that's about the extent of my knowledge of that area. But it just stands to reason that you're going to have some bleed. You're going to have some people hanging out on the other side. Or you're going to know people who do.
I mean, there were kids that came.
You want to hide in the corn, have some fun out there. You know?
Yeah, I mean, the whole reason why I went to vocational high school was to expand my horizons. Like,
And did you?
No. Yeah, I had kids that, before I went to JVS, I didn't have
Bill,
friends.
if you give him the answers, how will he know?
The only friends I made that were outside of the city before I went to JVS were from country skate land. I would get kids from Wellington and LaGrange, and I would have friends that way because it was a social gathering of like the three cities. But that was it. Before I had a car, I didn't go outside of the city.
Yeah. Lots of kids go to Lorraine to hang at the beaches after dark, somebody said. I don't know what that means, but
I don't go hang out there after dark.
I mean, listen, on the way back from Kelly's Island, we took the scenic route along the lake, and we drove through Vermilion, and I had never been in Vermilion before, and it was delightful. That's Lorain County.
Half of it.
Huh?
Half of Vermilion is in Lorain County.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, you know, everybody, it looked like tons of boats on that little canal there. So, I mean, there's plenty of people with money in Vermilion.
It's not Westlake or Avon Lake money.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
There are some nice, like, I don't think there's any gated communities like in Amherst, but there's like nice developments. Like there's like new money in Amherst. Like Amherst is a nice place to live.
But who wants a gated community? You know, people can climb over the gate, right? Like if somebody's going to do something, they're going to do
Poundcake
something.
loves the idea of a gated community.
But I don't know why. Because keeping people out?
He's all about status and for someone that has no status, he's very obsessed with it.
I like the idea of it. So what? So you're not going to have a window in your car because someone could eventually break it? Yeah.
But it's why. But isn't it why? That's the mindset that he's got, and he's not alone. He's probably less weird than we are because that's that mindset that keeps people doing things like playing the lottery. Everybody thinks they're gonna hit it big, and that's what he thinks. He's like, right now I'm on this side of the gate, but I'm gonna be on that side of the gate.
Don't tax rich people. I'm going to be one soon.
That's right. So, but the gated community, those are gates to keep people like you out.
I know. And I love it.
And he's like, and I can't wait to be on the other side.
Don't change the rules. Don't disrupt. Follow the rules and maybe you'll be on the end.
Do you honestly feel like you want to be better than people?
Not be better, just do better.
What's the difference?
No, you don't want to do better because you don't work in a way that makes you want to do better.
Maybe that's me being smart.
You're not grinding it out.
Yeah.
Everyone works hard. If you want to stand out, why don't you be great?
Let's ease off the throttle. Not everybody works hard.
Everyone who wants to be someone works hard.
Are you one of those people?
No, because I'm trying to stand out.
Well, I'm confused. What? I'm confused. You're not most people.
What would make you a good member of the Breakfast Club? I'm going to stand out because I'm not going to work hard,
and I'm just going to be
A lot of people don't work hard. How is that going to make you stand out?
I'm saying after you get to a certain level, everyone is going to work hard. I don't know. After you get to a certain level, everyone's going to work hard. Working hard is the bare minimum. So what are you going to do to stand out after you work hard?
Work harder. Oh, that's a bridge too far for you? He's like, no, I'm not going to work harder.
He doesn't even want to work hard.
You never let it. You're right. Nobody can out hustle you. That's what you want.
That's a lot.
It is a lot, but that's how you get where you got to get or where you want to get. That's how you're setting yourself apart.
Someone's going to out hustle you.
Not if you out hustle them.
But then someone's going to out hustle you. Like, it's just like.
How? Plenty of people are going to go, I'm out. You get older and your priorities change. I work just as hard now as I did when I was 21 years old. And that ain't going to change. Because everybody around me better know. If I'm married, I got kids, you better know. Because this is what pays for everything. So, bow down. That's what it is. There ain't going to be no slacking off. Because you're right. That's what my dad told me when I was a kid. Never let anybody out hustle you. Ever. So when I had a job I didn't like, I'm scraping the dough off the floor at the grocery store bakery. I'm working my ass off. I'm waiting tables, working my ass off. Working hard. Because you never want anybody looking at.
And all that.
I did the Alzheimer's walk at the zoo on Saturday morning. And met a lot of people who were fans of the show. It was great to talk to a bunch of people. There were a handful of iHeart people there, but there were so many people that I didn't see them. So it was me and Jeremiah from KISS who walked together. And when it was over and we left on the way home, I thought, you know what would be fun? I'll surprise my daughter with donuts, right? Little treat. It was still early. It was a Saturday morning. And so I go out of my way, and I'm going to surprise my daughter with some donuts. And the place I went to, and I won't name names, okay? But it rhymes with Schmunkin' Schmonuts. And I'm standing there, and I go, you know what I'll do? I'm a smart guy. I'll make my order on the app. That's what they tell you to do, right? Hey, order on the app. Walk right in and grab it. Cool. Order on the app. I have plenty of time to get there. I get there, nothing on the counter, nothing on the shelf. That's a Saturday morning. They're slammed. I get it. Nothing on the shelf. So I stand there for a few minutes. Nothing. Okay. So I ask somebody. She goes, you got to go over there to where the girl is behind the counter in the donuts. Okay. So I go and I stand in line. For 25 minutes, I'm in line. Nobody's moving. And the girl behind the counter could not be less interested. The woman is moving like molasses, doing other things. There's one guy in front of me, and I was in line for 25 minutes. Wow. And there are people behind me. The woman behind me is like on her phone complaining to somebody.
Did you tip?
I never got to the counter. I basically donated $15 to them because I had already bought everything on the app.
I asked for.
Never got to I finally stood there. I go, man, F this. And I walked out. I get that those kinds of jobs are tedious. We've all worked retail. Those kinds of jobs are tedious and whatever. But man, you're doing that job. You gotta hustle, man. Hustle, hustle, hustle. Hustle. You got a line of people. Huh?
She gets paid the same.
Well, okay, right. Well, I guess
she's getting paid garbage.
That's I don't know what they're getting paid. Every place now is like, I don't know that. Every place has a sign. We'll pay you $18 an hour. No wonder people's heads explode when they see that. I think those people should make as much as they possibly can because, again, nobody's getting rich doing those jobs. But that woman is the counterpoint. That woman is Exhibit A for all those people that go, why the hell should those people get whatever? There's people working skilled jobs that don't make $18 an hour. So, again, that's just a little side rant here that I'm just reminding myself of now. But, man, hustle, hustle, hustle. Why do anything where I swear to God, this girl was she's walking, but she could not have been
hungover.
She could not have been less interested. And the guy in front of me, it's like, God bless this guy in front of me, old guy. She's like, she's putting stickers on coffee cups or something. And he's like, that's okay. I got time. He was being nice. He really was. And if I had been at the front of line, I might have been nice too. But being second in line for 25 minutes, I'm like, I got a life to lead, man. I got to get the hell out of here. It's not like my daughter knew I was there. I was doing it like as a little treat, little surprise. So she was none the wiser. But it's just, that to me is like a snapshot of people. They're not going anywhere. And I don't know what their aspirations are. So when you talk about like, I'm going to stand out by working less, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I know you've got some kind of rationale in your brain for that, but I don't know what you mean.
I don't really know either. I'm just pulling your leg.
He likes to get you fired up.
Your little Dunkin' Donuts rant.
Well, whatever.
Well,
Listen, it didn't change.
You know how those people are in Bay? They go out and get their Dunkin' Donuts.
It wasn't in Bay.
Right, but you're from Bay.
I'm not from Bay.
You're from Bay.
I live in Bay Village.
That's where you live, Bay Village. And then you go, and then you go slumming it to Dunkin' Donuts, and you're like, I demand my donuts now. And they're like, well, we're sorry, we don't have enough people. And you're like, fine, I'm leaving. I
didn't even get close enough to demand anything. I was there to pick up what I had already ordered. It's like I wasn't one of those people that gets to the counter and goes, let's see. Like you've been in line and you
like the Brian Regan donut bit. You have 4 donuts remaining.
Yeah. I got a break here. Hey, you want Cavs tickets? They won the season opener, the home opener tomorrow night. Warriors are going to be in town. The Warriors of Golden State. Perhaps you've heard of them. It's going to be a week from Sunday at the Romo Fijo. Get you a couple of tickets after the break.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and
My name is Jeff. I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio.
The Middle with Jeremy Hobson is a podcast focused on Americans who have a huge say in who's in power and what gets done.
Jan here in Kansas City, Missouri.
Americans in the middle.
My name is Venkat. I'm calling you from Atlanta, Georgia.
We're live and taking your calls every week. Listen to The Middle with Jeremy Hobson on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Alan is giving some stuff away.
All right, sure, yeah, it's one game, but it's the season opener, and the Cavs look great. Beating the Nets last night in Brooklyn by 1 point. Home opener is tomorrow night against the Oklahoma City Thunder. And then a week from Sunday, Golden State Warriors are going to be in town, and you can be there. Romo Fijo. Ooh, next Sunday is November 5th. If you want to mark it down, Cavs.com has all of the ins and outs on what you got to do there. This pair of tickets for you, be caller 10, Cavs Warriors on the 5th. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Podcast anytime on our iHeartRadio app.
Ooh, what's a podcast?
Like a TV show, but without the pictures.
Baby, that's called radio. What you're describing is radio.
And live on the radio weekday afternoons.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I've got another $1,000 for you. Listen for those keywords from the Buzzard bookie. They come at you every hour. About 13 of them during the course of the day, 5 alone on this show. So that next one here in about 5 or 6 minutes. I was reading about a woman, they made a big deal about the fact that U2 doing a residency now there in Vegas at that Sphere. That brand new, there's a lot of hype around a lot of things, but that thing seems to be absolutely living up to the hype. And U2 did a big show there at the Sphere, and there's a woman who's catching some larceny charges because her sugar daddy took her to that show at the Sphere, and she dipped out and took all the money out of a hotel safe. Went back. So ooh. I'm curious why I don't feel so good. Mm-hmm. I got the bubble guts. Honey, I got to go back to the room. Haley McNally is 27 years old. She left the show, went back to the hotel room, and got into the safe. Took the cash and the casino chips. Now, this is a guy who, that Seeking Arrangements, this is the website where guys find their sugar babies. It's just a dating site that connects old, lonely, rich guys.
Candy store right over here, they got them.
Do they still make sugar babies?
I'm sure they do.
They're like little caramel things? Is that what those are? Yeah. And he called the cops.
Sure they have them on Amazon. Why do they have a whole different website for it?
Well, yeah. He had $50,000 worth of sugar babies. She just opened the safe and they all came tumbling out.
Jackpot.
Yeah. Yeah. The guy called the cops. They were at Caesars and reported.
What good is putting your money in the safe if she knows the combination for the safe?
Right. She must have watched. I don't know. I think a lot of these guys, they want that full girlfriend experience and they're so lonely or they're whatever. For all I know, the guy could have been a married dude who was in Vegas for, he hooked up with her last minute, but he said he met her on the dating site 5 weeks earlier and he became her sugar daddy. So it sounds like he was laying the groundwork to go to Vegas, take her to U2. I mean, does a 27-year-old girl give a rat's ass about U2, by the way?
No.
I feel like that's really outside the demo.
$50,000 that she's going to steal out of the safe.
And so he arranged for them to spend the weekend there in Vegas, and he was going to pay $2,500. And they discussed sex, but it never happened.
Mm.
So, she went in, took $50,000 in cash and chips out of the safe.
Ooh, someone just sent me the drink prices for if you're going to the Sphere.
Oh yeah, it's like a cup of something's like $25, right?
Yeah, it's like 30, 40 bucks for
sure.
stuff.
Yeah, but there I'd be like, I know that going in, it's going to be exorbitant because the venue, it's these regular run-of-the-mill venues that you go to and a beer is $30. You're like, come on, man.
Yeah.
I'm not even seeing U2 on 4 million little video screens.
Package beer's $20.
So,
like domestics.
Yeah. So they won some money gambling, and she asked if she could put her purse inside the safe, and he said, yeah, and he gave her the code. Sure thing, honey. The code is 4932. And so she went back to the room, opened up the safe, took everything in it. She was gone for 15 minutes. He texted to ask if she was okay. She didn't write back. He gets back to the room, finds out that the safe is empty. And so they found her. And I don't know if he's going to get that money back, but, I love the accents. And
love a good accent.
Yeah, speaking of a safe and a vault, the dude got trapped overnight in a jewelry vault. It doesn't sound like there was anything hinky. He was trying to get into his safe deposit box.
That's so scary, dude.
And he got locked in. Well, but isn't it going to be open the next morning?
Still sucks to be trapped in something overnight.
It sucks, but it's not like these guys that fall into a chimney and nobody can hear them. I mean, the bank's going to come back the next morning and you're going to get out. He was in there for 10 hours. The vault was on a timer and it opened on its own, so he walked out. But the assistant fire chief there in New York, I love the accents. I can't get enough.
What's on a timer? What is
John Sirocco. Well, the vault.
I know, but what do they mean by that? So safes just open on their own sometimes?
Yeah, if they're set up, if they're timed, yeah.
Good to know.
Well, I'm sure the bank manager is the person who has the codes for the timers.
He couldn't call someone?
Who?
I don't know. Does he have service inside of the vault?
Wait, who couldn't call someone? The guy?
Yeah, the guy that was trapped inside.
It didn't sound like it.
Like, y'all come get me right now.
What are they going to do, though? What, his friend's going to get into a closed bank?
Call he's supervisor.
He's in a steel reinforced concrete jewelry vault.
Jesus.
In a New York City. It doesn't even sound like it was in a bank. It was like
the
in a
heist
building
of your life.
I would just play dress up for 10 hours.
He was in the World Diamond Tower, which houses several jewelry businesses. He got stuck inside one of the vaults. Firefighters had to abandon an attempt to rescue him for safety reasons. So I guess somebody got a hold of somebody, and the fire chiefs got called down there, but the vault was on a timer, and it opened on its own 10 hours later.
Had to abandon it for safety reasons.
I don't know. Anyway, here is the assistant fire chief and the accent, and I love all of it.
Started to breach the wall at the vault, about 30 inches or so of concrete. We got to the point where we got to the metal plating. The problem with the plating is we'd have to use our torches on there, which would infect the environment of that person inside the vault. Sometime this morning, the vault opened on its own and the customer was released.
Mm-hmm. So there's your safety reasons. They couldn't use the torch because it was probably going to smoke into the vault, and that guy would get, he could die. Smoke inhalation. It's been a big week for accents for me. That guy, the Yinzer referee, the high school football games in Pittsburgh, Upper St. Clair, v. Mount Lebanon. I don't know who won. I don't care.
10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Result of the play will be a first down. Replay first down. 15 yards from the end of the run. First down. Personal foul. Defense, number 58. 15 yards from the end of the run. Result, first down. 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
Mm-hmm. Still first down. Let me give you this money. It's $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. You don't even have to lock yourself into a vault. You just have to lock yourself into doing what they tell you to do here, and I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, tell me where you do it if it's from out of state. You can leave us messages there. You can always check in Eric listens in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Have I ever told you guys about the Fox Island?
Yeah, you told me about the stupid Fox Island Nature Preserve.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I heard about it a lot of times.
Okay, well, Alex is in San Francisco. Rachel listens in Redmond, Oregon. Joy's in Lombard, Illinois. Lisa Z is a new listener up in Buffalo. And not leaving New York State, Butch listens in North Tonawanda, New York. And sometimes people will call from out. They don't always leave messages on the app. Sometimes they'll use the Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You do that too. 216-986-8903.
Hey guys, Albert here. Hope you guys are doing well. I don't know if you guys have been seeing these dumb memes or jokes, whatever. Girl math, boy math. I don't understand them, but it got me thinking. There is such a thing as Alan Cox math. A couple examples. So my grandma, yeah, she died. She was 101 years old. Yeah, pretty young to go at that age. I mean, she had a lot of life left to live. Or yeah, saw a guy that was 6 foot the other day. He's really short, 6 foot. A short fella there. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Hope you guys are doing well. Love me. Love most of you. Hate the show. Bye.
What am I missing?
Yeah, I don't can't think those examples being very accurate at all.
Oh, but what's he dragging me for? Like I don't understand it.
I don't think I get it.
Oh, okay.
I don't get it.
All right,
because like you. Yeah,
I think what it is, we talked about this earlier in the week, or last week we talked about it with the Snoop thing. I think there are people who still take my jokes seriously and think I'm a moron for it. Like, I know my humor has been described as bone dry, and that doesn't always translate on the radio, but you get what you get. That sounds like a couple of examples of me clearly making jokes and somebody thinking that I'm serious. That my grandmother, by the way, died at 102, not 101, devotion to accuracy.
So young.
So young. I mean, she had enemies. So, yeah, that's what I chalk it up to. The fact that no one wanted to investigate homicide on her behalf, I was livid. I said, she's 102. You have no suspects? And they just looked at me. Okay, I thought there was something I was missing there.
No, I didn't really get it.
Now, that aside, I am terrible at math. Terrible. So I thought that's where he was going. But if I'm missing something there, I don't understand it. But listen, always thank you for calling it to my attention. We will be live, by the way, tomorrow at the Romo Fijo. I don't know precisely where.
Oh, I do.
Are we going to be on this?
We are going to be in the atrium.
The atrium. Okay.
Hold on. I got.
Is that
texting with Cheryl Z to get?
Is that the north side of the building?
We're going to be by the Sherwin-Williams entrance.
Okay.
To the left of the Kia display.
Ooh.
So, pretty prime real estate.
To the left. Is that prime real estate?
Yeah, and then the atrium.
I mean, we'll be almost done by the time the gates open.
But the atrium opens at 5:30. So
oh, yeah?
We'll be able to
beautiful
atrium it up with some people for a little while. And then, out of there by the time it's...
That's where we
gates open at 6. Atrium open at 5:30. Gates at 6. What's that, Poundcake?
That's where we had the little after party after press day.
Okay.
The Cleveland press. So yeah.
When was that?
That was the party I went to where I was taking the chicken fingers. That was
the press,
week or two ago.
Oh, the press. Yeah. When was that?
I don't remember the exact day.
Everything you go to over there, you take chicken fingers. So that doesn't clarify it for me.
Well, no, I'm just saying that party was in the atrium. So I know.
Oh, you and Bill went to press day?
Bill
I didn't go.
Oh,
I didn't go.
You went.
Correct.
Who else went?
Pat was there.
Pat Butler?
Yeah.
Co-host of 2 Hours to Midnight on the Buzzard?
Bob was there, and Cheryl Z was there, and then my friend that I know over at the Cavs was there.
So were you there? You were representing the best sports talker in Cleveland?
Yes.
Or yeah.
Yeah.
I know that wasn't even happening yet. That was just a gleam in your eye.
Yeah, and I got there late, so I didn't it was from I think 4 to 7, and I got there at like 6:30. So everyone had pretty much cleared out. So I didn't feel bad for taking over all the food that they were gonna throw out. So I was like, okay,
right.
Maybe they'll have a platter for us ready. You know, we gotta eat, right? With the foods will the
no, we'll be the only ones there. I mean, the concession people will be getting set up, but we're not going to be near them.
No, there was a.
I'm not even going to be able to get a drink.
All right. Well, I guess I have to get some before I go.
Right. I mean, we'll be across the intersection from the Hairy Buffalo, right? Is that the side we're going to be on?
Yeah.
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 Okay. Well, that might be something there. Maybe a little pre-show something.
Perhaps.
All right. Well, just keep that on your radar. Maybe a little aperitif. Is the aperitif before or after?
You see?
Should we all take gummies?
No, not that. Not that.
Let's get
I've got. Well, you do what you want to do. I got to have my head on straight.
No, you don't.
Bridget Lynn's going to be there. We need to be on our best behavior.
I think she would probably indulge.
She can do whatever she wants, but as she's a guest on my program, I have to be a good host.
I think being high on a gummy would be a great way to do it.
Right.
You're not running the board.
Not the point. I still need to have a clear head. I have to have or as clear as it gets.
Nerd. Come on. All right. How about Coke? That'll be focused.
Coke, a cola? Or Ain?
We're talking Ain.
Ain.
I'll do a gummy. Everybody has to pick a drug and do it tomorrow.
Wow. I pick caffeine.
Meth, heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl. 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 Cocaine. Cocaine.
By the way, we are only guests tomorrow because a lot of other people here are getting season credentials.
Yes.
We are getting a day pass.
Yes. Do you want season credentials? I'm sure if you ask for them, you'd get them.
I don't care. Alan asked Poundcake about Dwight Howard. Hey, Poundcake, what about Dwight Howard?
What, that he's sus? Is that what he allegedly sus?
I don't know. You know, that's what this person texted. You know what I know.
Okay.
It wasn't in your sport. If it's not in your sports break, I don't know what's happening. Yeah, wasn't it a few months ago where people were like, "Oh yeah, he was doing stuff with dudes," and then it kind of quietly went away.
That's been talked about for years.
Oh, has it really?
Yeah. Because it was like a trans girl, right?
Yeah, and she was like putting them on. See, and that's the type of stuff I don't like. You don't out someone for clout. Allegedly out someone for clout. And she went on TikTok or on Instagram. She's like, "What about the night you called me into your room, Dwight? What about when you said you love me, Dwight?"
Well, but the allegation is that he assaulted somebody. But that's different than just blowing up somebody's spot.
This was years before, though. These allegations are coming out now. I'm talking about it was
like the original thing that
transgender that put him on the sus map was some transgender was talking about how he, I guess, slept with her and then left her or something of that. And I don't know. I didn't really look into it after that, but I don't like that.
Well, he said, Dwight Howard said on Twitter,
I don't like people breaking their NDAs.
He goes, "I ain't got to tell nobody where I put my wood at." Aw. Why all the legalese, Dwight? Sounds like a carefully crafted statement from his legal team.
Because I just feel like it's...
I, Dwight Howard, being of sound mind and body, ain't got to tell nobody where I put my wood at. Yeah, well, he is right. He ain't got to tell nobody where he puts his bed. Don't tell Dwight Howard how to live. Nobody gonna tell me where I put my wood at. All right. Well, there you go. I asked Poundcake about Dwight Howard, and you got his thoughts. Dwight Howard is sus.
Allegedly sus.
Allegedly sus.
Wasn't that what sus?
I didn't even realize the guy was still playing.
He played
77 split. All lanes are open. Traffic is jammed on the inbound East Shoreway before East 55. An accident on 71 South reported near Snow. Traffic is heavy through the 480 exchange. And watch for a disabled pickup truck hooking up to a tow truck on 490 West just past Broadway. Jackie Robertson, the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Levin Furniture and Mattress.
It's here, the biggest sale of the year at Levin. Get a triple tax discount, plus special financing for 5 full years with no money down. And that's not all. Get an extra $100 off your order through Monday only at Levin.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Eat that, you piece of crap.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
This is Poundcake?
Screamin' Jay.
Well, I already played Screamin' Jay Hawkins. Does this sound like Screamin' Jay Hawkins?
Yeah.
It's not Screamin' Jay Hawkins. Although it does have that, these guys prided themselves on kind of that old-timey thing, so...
Is it Motorhead?
Yes, this is Motorhead. He nailed it. He got it. He got it. This is
I'm gonna give
Motorhead.
you one more chance. You ever heard the song Rock Lobster? There's a huge song for them.
No.
On their very first album.
They also did a song called Love Shack.
Yeah, the huge comeback record had Love Shack on it.
Don't know.
Correct, he doesn't know. A band called the B-52s.
Oh, no, never would have got it.
I was going to go see them on their farewell tour, and I was thwarted in my efforts to do that. Boy, you really had to like this song, by the way, because the album version of Rock Lobster is 7 minutes long. The only reason this blew up for them was because they basically chopped it in half and put it on the radio. But if you got the album, and it's a fun song, but it's fun for about 65 seconds. 6 more minutes of it. Nobody needs that. But B-52s were doing their own thing. And they were supposed to they were going to perform at the White House dinner. They're the state dinner. The B-52s were, I'm curious who booked them. They were going to be doing a show at the White House for the Prime Minister of Australia. And a bunch of muckety mucks were going to be there. It was supposed to be last night, but the B-52s bowed out. It was probably a mutual agreement, you know. They thought that it would be poor form for a band like them to be performing, given what's going on between Israel and Hamas. I think they thought it would be maybe it should be a bit more of a somber occasion. That sounds like just nobody wanted a bad photo op. Like Joe Biden enjoying the B-52s, whatever. Party music. They didn't think it would be a good idea. But I'd love to know who thought, you know what, it'd be a good band. We got the Australian Prime. Maybe the Prime Minister of Australia is just a big B-52s fan. And they were like, we'll just do this cat a solid. Anthony Albanese is the Prime Minister of Australia. So they're going to attend. They're not kicking them out. They're like, if you guys still want to come. I think there's only 3 left, right? It's Fred Schneider and the girls.
You know better than I would.
But the B-52s did their farewell tour some months ago. I think they're going to do like a residency in Vegas or something, but that's pretty much it. But they put in a good 50 years, 45 years. So instead, they'll have the Marine Band and Army and Air Force Strings play. I wonder if they'll do an instrumental version of Rock Lobster. Slow it down. So somebody sent me a guy did, what if Slayer did Rock Lobster? You know, people love on YouTube. They love doing versions of other songs in a different kind of genre. It's kind of become a genre unto itself. It's not the worst thing I've ever heard.
What was the one I heard the other day? It was like System of a Down doing one of them. People send them to me all the time, but it was like if System of a Down did some pop song or something. But it was really good. The guy does a really good job at making it sound like System of a Down.
Yeah, those people, they know what they're doing when they put something out there. It's always very entertaining. Oh, here, this is what you were talking about.
Yes, this is it.
La, 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 la.
It'll never not be good. Yeah. I'll tell you what, my favorite story, and good for him. You got to know your audience. You know, when you're an artist that's been around for a long time and you get to the point where you can do what you want, earlier in your career, you got to lick everybody's ass. You got to deal with people you don't want to deal with. Once you've gotten your career up and running, you have some latitude to do some different things artistically. And I think Garth Brooks obviously falls into that category. His new album is coming out. What's it called? It's like a best of thing, I think.
Oh, I thought you said the album, what's it called?
No, that would be great. Garth Brooks, what's it called? Oh, I'm sorry. The new album is called Time Traveler, and it's going to be part of a limited edition box set. It will be exclusively available only in Bass Pro Shops. You're not going to be able to get it online. It won't be streaming. So no digital component at all. You got to walk into a Bass Pro Shop and buy the new Garth Brooks record. My wife likes Garth Brooks a lot. She's not somebody who would spend.
How does she feel about Bass Pro Shops?
I don't think she's got any problem with them. I've been into a handful of Bass Pro Shops.
Where's the closest one to us? I know there's the one in Memphis that is the Pyramid.
I feel like the closest one to us is not that close. Where's a Bass Pro Shop? I mean, it might be part of Cabela's. There's one out in Avon. Didn't they like merge or something? So it might be a thing inside of Cabela's. But as far as a standalone Bass Pro Shop, I think there's one in...
Closest one is Rossford, Ohio.
Yeah, there's one like on the way to Detroit.
Okay, yeah, but it does say Bass Pro Shop / Cabela's, so for the Avon one. So
okay,
I think you can probably get it there.
It sounds like it's going to be there.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're a Garth Brooks fan, there's a limited series 7-disc box set, because that crowd's still going to have CD players, and it's going to be out on November the 7th. So you got a little while. If you're a fan, it's going to be worth calling up out there in Avon and going, hey, are you guys going to have the new Garth Brooks?
Call him right now. Get him on the phone.
Yeah. So the stores are saying we can't guarantee that we'll have a lot of inventory. So make sure that you reserve your spot or whatever. I don't know. And God, I got burping. I don't know why. Hold on.
I think, isn't his stuff only on Amazon or something too? Like it doesn't stream on every streaming service.
I don't know about that. This isn't going to be on anything.
Yeah.
Just Bass Pro Shops. But he is doing a residency in Vegas that'll go through next summer. But that's, my wife is always like, she thinks it's ridiculous to spend a ton of money on tickets for a show. She's like, I don't like anybody that much, but like her bucket list show is still Garth Brooks. So I'm like, well, we go to Vegas and see Garth Brooks. When we were there over the summer, we went past Caesars, and it was a massive thing on the side of Caesars that says Garth Brooks. I'm like, well, we'll come back and see Garth Brooks. But he is, I don't know if he dropped some LBs or what, but Garth Brooks is looking pretty good these days.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah, he was pretty big for a while.
Yep.
He got up there. I was liking Fat Garth though.
He's looking more kind of like a Chris Gaines.
Okay.
Not the emo way, but just like he's gotten himself into some better shape.
He's got some because he has gains of muscle, right?
Yeah, I don't know about that. And then the other big stories of the Beatles are going to be releasing their final song. Beatles have one last song ever to be released. Written and sung by John Lennon, and it was pieced together over a long period of time. And Paul McCartney, who had been doing a lot of press this past summer for his book, said that he had put together what he called the very last Beatles song and that he had used some AI software to put it together. And this past summer, he goes, it's still coming. It'll be out sometime this fall. And they said now that it's going to be out November the 2nd, which is next Thursday, 1 week from today. The Beatles' final song called Now and Then is going to be out 10 a.m. Eastern. You'll be able to stream it. I got it early. If you want to hear it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm standing in a trash can, thinking about you. As a neighbor's cat goes by, I swallow a horsefly. Happy as I am, stepping on a bean can, just like a frog. Blow my nose on a catalog, drinking a Dr. Pepper. I'm standing in a trash can, thinking about you. There's a TV dinner all over my boot. My Spurs got caught.
The AI did not do John Lennon any favors.
I liked it. This sounds more like the Beatles and all that older stuff they did. All that, once they got to Sgt. Pepper and all that crap, I think this is prime Beatles.
It went from Sgt. Pepper to Dr. Pepper. Standing in a trash can. So,
no, this is...
1 week from today, you'll be able to get that new Beatles song for people who are still interested in that. I
can't wait for you to get a call tomorrow and go, that wasn't the song. Alan, that's not the song.
I will beg for their forgiveness because that means I have been misled. I never finished the Get Back documentary from like 3 Christmases ago. I keep forgetting it's there, and I'm like, I need to finish that.
Spoiler alert, one of them dies.
Oh, no. Oh, well, now I'm not going to finish it. But I was enthralled by it, as a lot of people were, but I just never, it was like, each episode was like 3 hours long or 4 hours long or something.
What? Why would they make the episodes that long?
Because they had a lot of material. Peter
But why
Jackson,
not break it up into more episodes and then make them 4 hours long or 3 hours
they
long?
wanted to maintain the emotional momentum.
Yeah.
I don't know, but it was like a friggin' Ken Burns documentary.
Give them to me 2 minutes at a time on TikTok. Then I'll watch it.
TikTok. Hey, have you watched the Beatles documentary? It's on TikTok. There's 4,000 episodes.
Hey,
I need 2-minute intervals.
I'd watch it. I put King of Queens on my regular TV, and then I watch the documentary on my phone.
Wow.
It's the modern way of doing things.
Yeah. So Paul McCartney and Ringo Starr, as the last surviving Beatles, are the ones who really had their hands in this and finished it, I guess, in 2022. They took some pieces from George Harrison. Ringo added a new drum part. It really pieced this together. And so the new one is called Now and Then. It'll be the very last Beatles single until they find something else.
Yeah, they're always going to be like, oh, look, we found this other big Beatles song.
Till they
another one.
Dig into the vaults. So it'll be out next Thursday. And then next Friday, there will be a video for it.
What's the best song that's ever been released by a band or a group or even an artist after they broke up or stopped releasing stuff, whatever it is? Like,
oh God, I don't know.
Usually, and they do all this stuff, and nobody ever wants it. Like, they released that Linkin Park song earlier this year, and like, it's all right, but it's not. There's a reason it wasn't on the albums.
Yeah, but the Beatles. I mean, the thing with the Beatles is like, they had so many hit songs. Like the B-sides of their songs were massive hits.
Yeah, but there's
any
also,
other band, they were like, oh, we have this.
Then.
Huh?
There was like 4 bands back then.
There were a lot of bands back then.
Yeah, but
nobody was touching the Beatles.
But there was, they were the ones getting pushed out there. It was a different time. So they're going to have all those hits. And they didn't have as many options.
I'll tell you what, we play the piss out of that Linkin Park song that they dug up. That song called Lost.
Yeah.
I like that better than half their catalog.
Oh, really?
Like, why were you sitting on this song for?
See,
I like it a lot.
It's fine, but I don't like it as much as the other stuff.
It's Linkin Park. They're not taking any
I
big
like
swings.
Linkin Park a lot.
I do too. I'm saying they're not. It's nothing. Doesn't sound any weird, but I think it's great. I like it a lot.
But I'm trying to think of like
Hypnotize from Biggie. That's a great song that gets released after you're dead. He had already been killed by the time that came out.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What
he
was
died
that after he died?
Hypnotize? No, it wasn't.
I think that came out.
He got to see that hit.
No.
I think he did.
Nope.
Okay, let me type it in.
Nope. I think he was already gone by then.
Okay, so Hypnotize came out in... Why is it not showing?
Late 90s. I mean, he was dead by 96, 97.
It was March 4th, 1997. And Biggie died...
He died early March, yeah?
He died. He got 2 days. He died March 9th.
Well, there you go.
So 2 days. So Hypnotize came out the 7th, and he died 2 days later. Man.
Well, okay, so
it does count.
It does count.
He was gonna put it out. He didn't know he was gonna die.
Yeah.
Could you imagine how jumping, like you're in there like, I made it number 1. He's like, if I died right now, that'd just be okay.
Yeah.
They say, okay. Oh, I'd be so pissed. I'm at my peak. My song just hit the radio. Like, oh my God, I'm dead. I'm so dead.
I'd be mad no matter when I was murdered.
It's never a good time to get murdered.
Yeah.
But not when you're number 1 on the Billboard. Like,
I mean, What I Got was a huge song for Sublime, and Brad Knoll died before that came out.
That might be top of the list.
Queen, half their catalog came out after Freddie Mercury died. So yeah, a lot of those guys, because you get murdered, and they're like, we got to put everything out now because now it's all gonna sell.
Like Aaliyah.
You could take the crappiest stuff that they weren't gonna release, and they die and put it out there.
Aaliyah and Selena, she was just getting ready to cross over before she died. She did her one crossover song was "Dreaming of You."
Okay, I don't know her catalog, so
I know it because of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a series on Netflix.
Okay. Well, yeah, I don't know what the best one would be, but there's a lot of good ones. I mean, Sitting on the Dock of the Bay came out after Otis Redding died. So that would really suck. It's one thing to have an unreleased song come out.
Right.
It would suck if it was like a big hit.
Yeah. What about Marvin Gaye?
Irrespective of your death. I don't know about that.
Any of his stuff come out after?
I mean, probably.
But probably not his big hits, though.
No, I don't think so. I mean, once Prince was dead and once his family needed to make some money, they took everything out of the vaults. He famously, had all these unreleased songs because he didn't think they were good enough because his standards are so high. Once the family got hold of everything, they were like, put it all out. Sell it for vacuum cleaner commercials. Family's like, he's gone. He doesn't care. We got to get paid. Alan, ironically, the new Beatles song is only available at Bass Pro Shops. Well, hey, that's good to know, too. Yeah, Nirvana, you're right. That came out after he was dead. But again, I think that was that label.
I didn't know that song, though. What is that song?
You're right. They played that all the time after he died. I think that was the label capitalizing on him being gone. But that was a long time after he was gone, too. It wasn't like 2 weeks later. They were like, hey, we found an unreleased Nirvana song. It was like 10 years later.
That's all right. I'm just trying to find the one that is...
Yeah, I don't know.
Like up there that maybe brought them back into the conversation. Because I feel like there's a lot of that unreleased stuff, and it just kind of comes and goes.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, when I played it for you a couple of weeks ago, when Elvis Presley covered Baby Got Back, that was pretty good.
Oh, yeah?
That was an unreleased track.
Oh,
Like big butts and I cannot lie. You are the brothers I can't deny. And when the girl walks in with an itty bitty waist and a round titty in your face, you get sprung. You get sprung. You get sprung.
Round thing in on your face?
Deep in the jeans she's wearing, I'm looked and I can't stop staring. Baby got back.
It's pretty good.
My anaconda don't want none unless you got the buns hot. I'm begging for a piece of that bubble. So go and find that juicy double and you get sprung.
He was getting sprung a lot. He's marrying 14-year-olds too. So problematic, sure.
There's that new Priscilla movie coming out where they kind of explore the other side of Elvis's life from her point of view, and it looks dark.
I don't care if they need to cancel Elvis like they doing Michael Jackson. All I'm saying.
I don't think you cancel somebody when they're dead.
Yes, they're trying to. They're trying to erase.
You
Michael
can't.
Jackson's
I
legacy.
think you fundamentally can't cancel someone if they're dead.
But you can stop playing his music and stuff.
But nobody's playing Elvis's music. I mean, the guy's been dead for 30 years.
And they are
at
playing,
least 40 years.
What's his faces? Michael Jackson. I hear it every single day on the lake.
Oh, yeah.
I was just blasting Michael Jackson on the way here.
Of course you were.
Smooth as a Criminal and Dirty Diana.
Oh, you mean that Alien Ant Farm cover he did?
No.
I'm going to take a break here. If you want those Machine Head tickets, Rob Flynn and the band hit the road. They're taking Fear Factory and some other bands out with them. And they're going to get to Cleveland in February. After the first of the year, they'll play MGM Northfield Park. So I hand those off, and then another $1,000. Another keyword from the Buzzard Bookie coming up at 5:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Now, you can relive the greatest moments from our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Streaming only on Hulu.
Lenny Kravitz kicks things off with his biggest hits.
Foo Fighters get the whole crowd singing along.
Travis Scott brings the heat with an explosive performance.
TLC pay a heartwarming tribute to Lisa Left Eye Lopez.
Kane Brown brings out surprise guest Khalid.
Kelly Clarkson lights up the arena with new music.
Jared Leto brings fans on stage for a 30 Seconds to Mars performance you'll have to see to believe.
Little Dirk and surprise guest J. Cole perform All My Life together for the first time.
Tim McGraw debuts his new song live.
Public Enemy brings the 90s hip-hop energy.
Fall Out Boy covers a classic while literally on fire.
Miguel delivers an electrifying performance.
Sheryl Crow gets nostalgic.
Lil Wayne brings down the house.
And so much more.
Relive the greatest moments from our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Streaming now only on Hulu for a limited time.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Overnight becoming partly cloudy down to 60. Tomorrow, partly sunny, chance of rain. High tomorrow, 75. Saturday, mostly cloudy, chance of rain. High close to 60. It's going to rain Sunday with a high of 55.
This report is sponsored by Dunkin'. It's Ice Spice season. Dunkin' is entering the charts with a new hit, the Ice Spice Munchkin String. Frozen coffee blended with pumpkin munchkins, plus caramel drizzle, whipped cream, and more caramel drizzle on top. Yes, please.
Hey there, it's Alan for Northeast Factory Direct. If you talk to anybody who has a hot tub, they're happy all year long. It's not like when the weather gets a little bit chillier, they head inside and hunker down for 3 or 4 months. You can enjoy your outdoor space year-round with a brand-new hot tub. My brother has one. Some friends of mine have one. You know, you get one of those little kiosks if you're so inclined to do that. They're out there year-round. Right now, Northeast Factory Direct has an insane number of hot tubs in stock and ready to go. This weekend, in fact, Saturday and Sunday, they're going to be doing a big parking lot event at the brand-new North Canton location. And once these are gone, they're gone. They have great deals on swim spas and hot tubs, everything from 3-person hot tubs all the way up to those 10-person hot tubs as well. So amazing savings on something that will exponentially improve your life. But again, once they're gone, so are the special savings. They have a truckload of them, want you to have them.
on Americans who have a huge say in who's in power and what gets done.
Jan here in Kansas City, Missouri.
Americans in the middle.
My name is Venkat. I'm calling you from Atlanta, Georgia.
We're live and taking your calls every week. Listen to The Middle with Jeremy Hobson on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to give stuff away. Alan Cox gives stuff away.
All right, Machine Head are going back out on tour. Rob Flynn and the gang, they're taking Fear Factory out with them, along with Orbit Culture and Gates to Hell. All 4 bands. You gotta wait till February, Friday the 2nd, out at MGM Northfield Park. Ticketmaster.com is going to have the full info for you. But you can grab this pair of tickets. I'll probably see you there. For Machine Head and Fear Factory. Call 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's not every day you hear him complain about something. Wait, yes it is.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Wooster, Ohio. What a nice city. It's an all-American city. You got the College of Wooster right there in Wooster.
Is this the unreleased Beatles?
Yeah, it sure is. I didn't know they had a college in Worcester.
You got a nice downtown area.
According to this guy, they got a nice downtown.
Walking on East Liberty Street. Walk all around downtown Wooster.
This guy's been invaluable. You know, the guy that sings everybody's names and he does towns and just me learning about all these places in Northeast Ohio. Although Worcester's in the news.
Oh, yeah? What's going on?
They got a real live vampire out there.
Oh.
Now, I didn't see it on the list of cities. They had the best and worst cities for vampires. And I would be lying if I told you I knew what their criteria was for that. But it is Halloween time. And so I guess, here's what they did. So they were looking for cities with a lot of blood centers, a lot of casket supply, funeral homes, things like that. And the worst cities would be places that get a lot of sun, places that have garlic festivals. So, yeah, a lot of good cities, a lot of bad cities. You know, if you don't get much, I have to think that Cleveland's probably a great city, Northeast Ohio in general, because we get so little sun. You know, everybody talks about Seattle being cloudy and rainy all the time. Nobody gets less sun than Northeast Ohio. New York turns out to be the best city for vampires. But Worcester, Ohio has their own vampire. And I was reading a story on her.
Oh, it's a lady vampire.
It's a lady. A woman named Helly Schweitzer is a vampire. And she said that she doesn't drink blood.
Okay. Strike
but
one.
That
That's a big red flag if you say you're a vampire and you don't drink blood.
But that she's yeah, but it's the weird thing too is that, you know, in vampire lore, if you were a vampire, you'd never want anyone to know that you were a vampire. You were hiding in the shadows. You were terrified of being discovered, ostracized, hurt, right?
Okay, so is she dead? Because that's a big thing with vampires.
No.
Okay, so that's strike two.
Nope. But in the age of Anne Rice and Twilight, you know, somehow vampires went from being monsters to being romantic. And coincidentally, what a shock, got way more popular. And so there are a lot of opportunities for people who are desperate for attention. And this is one way to do it. And it's harmless. Harmless. But it's usually a lot of people that, you know, again, I don't know anything about this woman. I don't know what she's got going for her. But, you know, there's a lot of people who are like, oh, there's nothing particularly unique about me, but this will really make me stand out. That I'm a vampire.
But it doesn't sound like she's a vampire. Sounds like she's just a person that wants
Well, you can
people to
identify
call her
as whatever you want.
a
But
vampire.
again, because the lore has changed so much, it used to be you couldn't be outside in the daytime. You had to drink blood. I was watching a thing on the History Channel or something last week about historical lore, and they had a guy who, in New Orleans, one of these kinds of people. Nothing really unique about the guy. So he is a vampire, and he has people coming by who willingly let him drink their blood. This guy does drink blood.
All right. I'll give then he's practicing. I appreciate him having the commitment.
But this guy says, well, I drink blood because I have to.
Yeah.
Because I'll die.
He's committed to the bit.
Right.
Drink the wrong blood, and then you'll die too. So it's really tricky.
Very, very tricky. There's probably a lot of vetting going on. So this girl out in Worcester, she's wearing makeup, got some fangs, wears a lot of flowy sleeves and black capes, and, so you're affecting a look. This way you stand out. People will finally pay attention to you. And, she's like everybody here.
Is she a BTG?
What is that?
Big titty goth.
I don't know about that. I didn't see that. Well, you wear a lot of flowy clothing,
right.
And, now we all know people who are real Colin Robinsons.
BTGG, yeah.
People who are energy vampires, people who will talk your ear off.
Oh, my God. I saw
I've never asked him personally, but I've often wondered if Stripper Scott was an energy vampire. If he told me he identified as an energy vampire, I would absolutely take him at his word.
I saw what's the guy's name that plays Colin Robinson?
Mark Prosh?
Yeah, I saw on TikTok, somebody had the clips of him doing the yo-yo thing.
Going to the local affiliates and
God, it's the best.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
Yep. So, yeah, these people are, and this girl out in Worcester, and she seems nice and she's cute. She's late 20s. She said, not every vampire is bad. We're not all offering human sacrifices. This is what I'm saying. Back in the day, the lore was very specific. Very specific.
Don't look at BTGG, though.
Now, you can do whatever you want to do. Everybody's got their own take on it. The Atlanta Vampire Alliance, which is an actual organization, said that there are 5,000 people in the United States who identify as real vampires, probably anemic or porphyriacs or something like that, and some of them drink blood from willing donors. That's one of those guys that I saw on that show in New Orleans. But, in a place like New Orleans, too, you're awash in that kind of vibe. So it's only a matter of time for somebody, like Interview with a Vampire, all that crap. This girl in Worcester goes, I'm not interested in sucking anybody's blood.
What about anything else?
But like at what point?
What are you interested in sucking, lady?
But at what point do you say, all right, I've changed it so much that now it's like Halloween every day. You got to plant your flag in a couple things, right? I mean, if I put on a black cape and I filed my incisors down, I go, I'm a vampire.
Okay.
Like people can't go, no, you're not. You go, yeah, I am. Do you drink blood? No, but not all vampires do. Do you kill people? No, but not all vampires do. Mm-hmm. Like if you're a werewolf, people are going to want to see you get hairy when the moon's out. So she's like, everybody in town's really nice.
Identifying as a werewolf? Because I know people that identify like that. Like I live as a dog sometimes. I like doing dog stuff, pup play.
Yeah, I don't know. That's more of a kink thing, though, right? That's not like a thing you're walking around.
But it can bleed over into other parts of their life.
She said as she's walking around Worcester, some people might do a double take, but people have been nice to her.
Yeah, people would do more of a double take if she was black. Like
in Worcester?
Yeah.
Oh, is that a white town?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. So she said that she had found a community of vampires when she started posting on TikTok, and she felt very included.
If you could be
which at the end of the day is a great thing, but again, it's a great time for people who aren't really getting that much attention paid to them to come up with something that really has people paying attention.
All right, what are the classic monsters? You got werewolf, you got vampire, you got
mummy,
Frankenstein.
Yep.
Is that all? Is that the main ones?
I think so. Those are your big four.
If you're going to identify as a monster, which one are you going to identify as?
Oh, I would absolutely want to be a vampire.
You want to be a vampire?
Absolutely.
Oh, those dry
Vampires are the best looking.
The dry cleaning bills, though, on those capes is going to start adding up, man.
Why?
You got to keep
on
them
the
clean.
capes?
Yeah. You're wearing a cape every day. Every day's cape day when you're a vampire.
Every day's cape
day. You got to wear a cape.
But not according to this woman. I mean, she might, but, you know.
According to her loosey-goosey rules.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You can do whatever you want.
But we're adhering to like a true vampire is wearing a cape every
the lore,
day.
yeah, the old,
you gotta
right.
be wearing a cape.
George Hamilton in the cape.
Rocking
Yeah.
a cape. What's the point of being a vampire if you're not going to dress like a vampire?
Well, plus, I think you can get so far into it that everything kind of becomes psychosomatic. Like she goes, the sun makes me nauseous.
Yeah, I've been saying that for years.
Bill hates the outside.
Don't go outside.
Maybe you're a vampire.
No, I'm just
start telling
just
people
an
you're a
inside
vampire.
Guy. Poundcake, which monster are you going to be?
I said vampire.
Oh, you said vampire
Stone
too?
Age.
You guys No, but you're not really a vampire. You're just identifying as
I
one.
would identify as a vampire.
Okay.
That way, there's no expectations, really. I can do whatever.
Well, listen, I wish I was one of those people, you know, as a stickler. I believe what I believe. I don't believe in any of that stuff. I wish I did. I'm not closed off to it. It's just there's zero evidence to support those beliefs. But I wish I was one of those people that saw magic everywhere.
I'd be a
blah, blah, blah.
Frankenstein monster.
You'd be Frankenstein? Why would you be the monster? Or would you want to be the doctor?
I just want to be so tall.
Oh, yeah. Well,
I want to be tall.
What if those
to be green?
But what if the bolts you'd want to be green? What if the bolts in the neck come loose though?
I got tools, so I'll tighten them back up.
Yeah, okay.
Also, those did not I'm not Mr. Handyman, but those bolts didn't look like they were actually serving any real purpose on him. They looked.
They're always pretty hinky.
Right? Like
I was just hanging there.
What part? Like what? Were they on his neck? Right?
Yeah.
Or his head?
Yeah. If they're in the side of the neck, what are they connecting?
I know.
Part A to part B? What?
Dumb.
No, anytime we'll be clicking on a vampire movie, Gwen will go, would you do that? I said, I would absolutely do that. Because everybody goes, you'd live forever and everybody you know would die. And I go, yeah, but I wouldn't.
People.
So, yeah, I meet new people all the time. I just wouldn't want to be an old vampire. Somebody got turned at like 65. Because you don't want to be Kirsten Dunst where you're 9. You want that vampire sweet spot. And I think this girl might have hit it. 28.
Yeah,
that's a vampire sweet spot. Yes. Trouble is, when you say I'm a vampire, but you do age, you're going to have answers to those questions. People are going to go, wait a second, I was on board with you. I was one of the few people who supported you. And look at you. You're visibly older. They go, well, I don't know. But I'll leave that to her. But anyway, if you are a resident of Worcester, Ohio, it sounds like you've been very kind to this woman, and I think that's good. Because it's a big time of the year for her around Halloween. I got $1,000 here. Could be a big time of year for you. Grab $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Cash. That's cash. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
So nobody went for Mummy.
I mean, again,
it's
that's one of those things
constrictive,
where,
but
yeah, Mummy, and they gotta wearing the same. Like, I don't want to wear white every day.
What about the Mummy? You know, we think about the old Paramount Mummy or whatever, but what about because mummies, according to the lore, they were just they were interred pharaohs, right? They were Egyptian gods or Aztecs or whatever. That's what's underneath. If she can walk around in the daytime as a vampire, Mummy can walk around looking like the bald dude from the movie.
Yeah.
You go, this guy was a mummy, but we took all the bandages off. Turns out he's super hot and shredded. So you might want to give it a second thought, Coach.
Yeah, but I don't want to be beefing with Brendan Fraser like that.
Hey, Slick.
What's up?
How are you?
I'm fantastic. How about yourself?
What's going on?
I hate this show.
Thank you.
Hey, what's the difference then between a sorceress and a witch?
Well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it sounds to me more like what you'd like to be referred to. Like, I never understood the difference between a wizard and a warlock.
Exactly.
Do you have an answer, or is it a rhetorical question, Slick?
No, it was a rhetorical question. I came to the Wizard of Knowledge, of course.
Well, that ain't me. I don't know. I think they're probably interchangeable. If you were to refer to someone as a sorceress, you could probably also refer to her as a witch.
I feel like a sorceress has got better skin than a witch. Like,
oh, okay.
And they're like, witches are a little gamier. Like, a sorceress lives in a castle. A witch lives in like a shack in the woods.
All right. Puts children in the oven.
My wife has very fine skin. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah. Okay, well, there you go, Slick. I think we've come to the conclusion that a sorceress is smart enough to maintain a pretty good skincare regimen. How about that?
Like Maleficent.
And a witch is just out there doing whatever.
Like, I think of Maleficent as a sorceress. But, like the Wicked Witch, you know, she's just a witch. Doesn't have as much style. Not really showing off her curves.
All right, thank you, Slick. People are saying that the bolts were just a conduit for the cables to run the electricity and bring him to life.
Oh, well, then you can take those out.
But they couldn't just be in the skin. They had to be connected to something on the inside.
It's almost like that wouldn't have actually worked.
Right. So
why would you, like, okay.
When people say I'd want to be Frankenstein, when I said that, I wanted to be the doctor. Frankenstein's a monster, right? The doctor is Frankenstein. The monster doesn't have a name technically.
Frankenstein's monster. Yeah.
But if you're Frankenstein, you've got a medical degree. And that's pretty impressive.
I mean, just aesthetically, if I'm Frankenstein and I'm building this monster, I'm going to put the bolts in a place where they're not so noticeable. But maybe you needed him in the neck so they could get the brain going. I don't know. It just seems it's clunky.
Poundcake would want to be, not one of the original four, but Poundcake would want to be the Invisible Man.
Oh, absolutely.
If given the opportunity to be invisible. Now, not intangible. You'd still bump into walls. But to be invisible.
No one would get no sleep. Man. You just hear. Like, what is that? Sounds like slapping.
I'm being haunted, and I don't know what it is.
It's just, I think we have a raccoon. There might
off
be
in the
rats
distance.
in the wall.
It sounds like there's a masturbating raccoon.
Slapping sounds.
You would just be breaking into people's homes?
I don't have to break in. I'll walk in behind you. You wouldn't even know.
I feel like you'd feel that. Like, you can tell when someone's nearby. If you're that close to them, they'd know.
Especially,
they'd feel your heavy. Oh God, your heavy breathing.
Also, with Poundcake, there'd still be glasses floating around.
No, that breaks the rules. Anything that touches you is invisible too.
No,
No,
man,
it's
that's
not.
not the rule.
That's the
No,
rule.
you never seen Invisible Man.
No.
That's why when they have to take the bandages off, because otherwise it's a coat and a hat walking
So if
around.
I have my contacts in, my contacts aren't invisible either?
Nope.
Nah.
They're clear. Best you could hope for is they be floating and somebody wouldn't notice.
Someone's going to poke my eye. Like, what is that? What is this a bubble? Someone blowing bubbles?
Yeah.
I don't like that. You guys got little stipulations with your
That's not.
powers.
We didn't set those stipulations.
Yeah, I'm not Mary Shelley.
That is
H.G. Wells. I'm not.
Yeah, that's in the book. That's in the movies.
Y'all want me to thrive with my invisible power.
I got a letter from Brandy. She goes, Alan, you didn't play the best part of Strokin' yesterday. That we were playing Clarence Carter's Strokin', who is still alive, by the way. Clarence Carter is still alive. Blind since birth, but he did that big song, Strokin'. Huge hit for him in the mid-'80s. So I guess you could say I pulled out of the song too quickly, but Brandy likes a different part of Strokin'.
Now, when I start making love to my woman, I don't stop until I know she's sexified. And I can always tell when she gets sassified. Because when she gets sassified, she started calling my name. She said, Clarence Carter, Clarence Carter, Clarence Carter, Clarence Carter. Ooh, The other night, I was stroking my woman.
I love it.
And it got so good to her. You know what she told me? Let me tell you what she told me. She said, stroke it, Clarence Carter, but don't stroke so fast. If my stuff ain't tight enough, you can stick it up my toe.
Somebody's out there going, Cody Brown, Cody Brown, Cody Brown.
All right, I'm going to start doing that.
Help for Brown.
I'm going to start doing that at karaoke. Now, I understand why my friend would do that.
Yeah, stroking to the left and stroking to the right. Clarence, Carter, Clarence. Anyway, he's still alive. I'd like him to do an update to stroking.
Stroking 2.
Yeah, stroking 2.
Too hard or too fast.
Butt stiff, boogaloo. All right, let me break. You want to send a text, 35192. You can watch live, AlanCoxShow.com. Listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey, K.O.B.
It's here, the biggest sale of the year at Levin. Get a triple tax discount, plus special financing for 5 full years with no money down. And that's not all. Get an extra $100 off your order through Monday only at Levin.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Pay attention to notice the reverse of everything that is normal becoming abnormal.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I'm bored. I'm the chairman of the board. I'm a lengthy monologue. I'm living like a dog. I'm bored. Bore myself to sleep at night. I bore myself in broad daylight because I'm bored.
35192.
Just another slimy board.
You want to text AlanCoxShow.com to watch live. Thanks so much to Bucky Nuckwalker for helping out today in the video department. Much appreciated. We will be live tomorrow at the Romo Fijo for the Cavs home opener. Bridget Linton from your Cleveland Browns will return to sit in for Mary tomorrow. We'll also have a live, loud Bill Squire Friday Get Down. That's going to be very exciting.
I'm very excited about that.
Echoing through the halls of the Romo Fijo.
Confusing many people.
It is going to be one for the ages. And then we'll go into the weekend. Saturday night is our metal show. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight. Always excited to do it. It's 120 minutes of nothing but heavy metal. It's me, Corey Roddick, Pat Butler, and we'll throw in a bunch of great stuff for you. We're kind of semi-laser focused on Halloween. So much heavy metal could double for Halloween music no matter what time of year it is. But I'll have brand new Cannibal Corpse, brand new Gamma Bomb, we'll throw in some old Celtic Frost by request, some classic Maiden, King Diamond, Slayer. So Saturday night, 10 o'clock, 2 hours to midnight is here on The Buzzard. Hey, Devin.
Yo.
What up?
Hate the show.
Thank you, sir.
There is a difference between witches, warlocks, sorcerers, and it's more than just skincare. Yeah. So usually witches and wizards are people that gain their magic through studying and knowledge.
Nerds.
Where sorcerers and sorceresses have the magic in them from the beginning.
Sorcerers and sorceresses it's a congenital condition that they have magic. The wizards and what they have to learn.
Yes.
All right.
And warlocks usually get their powers through a demon, some sort of greater power than themselves. It's magic bestowed upon them.
So what is a mage?
Same thing as a wizard.
Same thing as a wizard. So confusing. Are you one of these things, Devin? Were you born with mystical, magical powers?
I wish. I'm just a D&D player.
So Bill was right.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever been on a magical mystery tour?
I have not.
Oh, well, all right. Okay. Well, do you still play D&D, or that's a shameful secret from your childhood?
Oh, no. We've been playing for 7 years. We try and shoot for almost every Saturday.
Is it the same game, 7 years long?
The one we're on right now, I think, is going on 1.5 years.
I was going to say, that I never played, but I know enough. I had enough friends that played where they can really span a long period of time.
Oh, yeah. We do a lot of one-shots, too, where not everybody can make it, so we just make up a kooky story to just last that day.
Okay. All right. Well, listen, at the very least, it's been instructive to let us know the difference between the sorcerers and the wizards and the warlocks. All right. Thank you, Devin. I appreciate the information. It can be very, very helpful. All right. Well, there you go. D&D players.
Hey, Devin, you know the difference between friends with benefits and a side chick?
You know the difference between a side piece and a jump off?
Mm-hmm.
That's useful knowledge, too.
Yeah, side piece is totally different than a jump off.
Of course. That's why there's a difference.
Yeah.
See, I've never been a side piece, but I've definitely been a jump off.
This guy.
I
I'm
know that
proud of it.
Like, I've never.
But you have no problem. You have no moral conviction against being a side piece.
I do. Back in the past, I wouldn't have, but I do now. And I'm not. I don't even want to be a jump off anymore.
Now, we know, but for the uninitiated, tell the customer what the difference is between a side piece and a jump off.
Well, the hint is in the name. A side piece is you have something on the side. That is the difference between guys and girls. They say men cheat, women have affairs. The side piece is more of an affair. You're not just having sex with them. You're dating the side piece. You're buying gifts for the side piece. It's
You're
like
promising you're going to leave your wife eventually.
It's another life. You have a side piece. That's totally different. That is a divorce waiting to happen, having a side piece. A jump off is, again, it's in the name. They jump off and then they leave. Like, you just, she did her thing. She hopped on and then she hopped off.
Not always, though. The jump off can be
a jump off could be a friends with benefits, but
it can also be a real thorn in your side because a jump off, she's trying to move up. She's trying to get wifed up. She's trying to climb the ladder.
See, I think the side piece can be that too, though. I think both of them can be that.
They can
I always thought when people talked about their side piece, I always thought of that person as all the cards are on the table. Everybody knows what's going on. The jump off is somebody who's trying to work their way up.
Coming from someone who hasn't had a serious relationship, I feel like in my warped way of thinking, I could forgive someone for cheating with a jump off, but I cannot forgive a side piece. A side piece, there's too much invested. You have feelings for this bitch.
So you're saying that's cheating disrespectfully?
You were out in the mall when I'm like busy. I'm laid up in the hospital with some disease. You out with that bitch buying her shoes and.
All right,
clothes.
let me ask you this.
That's baby girl though. You're buying her stuff.
No.
That's your baby girl.
No, that's a side piece. That's an affair.
Right.
Feelings are involved.
That's a guma.
Like if you
got her a Christmas present.
Like if you got nicknames and money stashed, that's a side piece, and that's a.
You're doing weekends together.
Yeah. Wow, really?
All right, so let me ask you this, Poundcake. If say a guy's got a side piece, but it's just an emotional side piece,
even worse.
They're not doing anything physical. They're not crossing that boundary.
No. You're mentally cheating. So when I'm laying it down,
that's worse than having a jump off. That's worse than having a jump off.
Yes, because I'm bending my back, and then now you're imagining I'm the guy you really want to be with. Oh, absolutely not.
So what you're saying? What's in your brain is worse than somebody who's
yes. Because then what if he gets like ED from thinking about his actual side piece?
What?
No, wait, no.
What?
Like what if
he's got all right? In this scenario,
okay,
a man has a wife.
Okay.
And then he's got a side piece.
Okay.
The side piece, he has never crossed the boundary into physical intimacy with her.
Okay.
But he texts her, they hang out.
That's a work wife. That's not a side piece.
Like a work wife, but like it's like it's on its way.
Are you sending kissing emojis and ending with hearts and stuff?
Oh,
that's mentally cheating.
Yeah.
And so that's
kissy emojis.
Yeah, like
all right, you're not sending kissy emojis, but you're sending hearts.
Eggplants.
Not eggplants, but there's definitely a tension there.
That's what I'm saying. That's mentally cheating. You're waiting for something to happen. You're waiting until
You're in a Mulder and Scully type situation.
But you're saying that's worse than just having a jump off that you bang and then they're out.
Because speaking from experience, I've slept with people that, again, I don't care if they're dead. Like, I got what I needed from them in that situation. I have moved on physically. Men cheat differently. Like, we cheat physically, and we just want to get off right then and there, and then usually it's over and done with. But when the heart and the stomach and the head are all intertwined and about somebody else that's not your wife, it causes other problems.
But how much of this do you actually have any real-world experience with?
In my head, a lot. A lot.
Well, that's not real-world experience.
Well,
that's in your head.
Tell them. You're asking me what I would rather have, and you gave me a scenario.
No, that's not. Well, okay.
No,
I'm saying real-world practical experience.
I wanted to know where his. I know.
What if you
I know what
accidentally...
the
I can fly in my head, but I can't in real life.
Well, no, I'm not a relationship counselor. I'm not a psychologist.
You should be.
You absolutely should be. Get certified.
But if you accidentally, like, you're thinking about this chick, you can't wait to go to work because your work wife is there. You can't wait to flirt with her and send her little messages and little notes and buy her a little teddy bear to set on her desk. You're not going to accidentally call me the wrong name, or like you're not in bed thinking about, it being her.
Yeah, but you've been the other man in a number of situations.
I've been the jump off. I have not been a side piece. I have not been. No one has ever took me on dates and their wife didn't know. No one was like shopping.
I thought you went out with that. I thought you went out with that dude. You had dinner with some dude, and he told his wife he was going on a business trip or something.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't remember.
He doesn't remember.
I really don't remember.
All right.
But it could have been a one-off. There have been
a one-off jump off.
It could have been a one-off. Like he took me on a date just because he wanted to bang me. But I have never been someone's boyfriend on the side. I've talked to men and it still didn't go anywhere. I've talked
What
to
if
men.
they were paying for everything?
No. Because then they got you and I'm at their mercy and whatever.
Well, they got you for as long as you want stuff paid for, but you could walk at any time.
They got him.
No, he could go. I'm moving. I got a gig in New York. See you when I see you.
But I've talked to a guy that was on the verge, like he was divorced, or they were separated. He wasn't officially divorced, but it wasn't one of those. Oh, I'm going to leave my wife. The wife was out of the picture. The kids, they were working out custody and stuff like that. She was not in the house. Like it was like a known thing that they have separated.
Mm-hmm.
And I was hooking up like on a regular basis, but still that wasn't a date night type thing. Or I would go to his house, we would watch a movie and I knew what it was. Like he wouldn't be out in public with me. That's what I'm saying. That's a side piece is totally different. When you're out in public holding hands.
But why wouldn't he be? If they were two signatures away from being divorced, why wouldn't he go out in public with you?
Just because we weren't at that point. I was in college.
Oh.
I was in college and he lived.
And his wife didn't know that he was at least bi.
No, again, he didn't have anything to explain to me because it wasn't that serious of a relationship. I imagine it probably has something to do with it. Like, I don't know if he told his wife that he was divorcing or that was a part of the divorce that she found out. But
do you ever think about a scenario where you didn't come out and you got married and then you were the guy flirting with dudes on the side?
You were tucking in Gordy and Lupa and running out at night?
I try not to think about that because that would be a very traumatic thing. And I don't know personally.
But you love trauma and drama and all that stuff.
Not for me. I like looking at other people's to make me feel better about mine. I don't want to. That's the whole reason why I came out, because I was like, I don't want to do that. Women have enough to worry about than having a DL dude. Like, if you're going to cheat disrespectfully, cheat with another woman disrespectfully. Don't add another. That's another layer.
Man, you gotta keep a flow chart to follow Poundcake's logic.
That's a double sin.
You got a double sin.
Not only
you're
are you saying
not only
you
are
can't
committing
cheat,
adultery, but you're also gay?
You can't cheat respectfully if you are hooking up with a dude.
Double sin.
If you're a married guy, you can cheat respectfully, but if it's with a dude, it's disrespectful.
There are layers.
Bill, I think he's made it pretty clear, okay? I don't know what the problem is here.
I
just love it.
That is devastating. Like, being in love with a man.
Bro, it's devastating.
Either way, it's devastating.
Don't take it from me. Ask
No
a
woman,
they'll tell you.
You're talking to two guys who've been divorced, all right? No woman goes, well, thank God it was with a woman.
Devastated women.
That's right.
I'm sure.
No woman getting divorced goes, well, thank God it wasn't with
Ask
a man.
your ex-wife.
No.
Ask both of your ex-wives, and I guarantee you they would be like, wow, I can't believe, like,
no.
Here's what I know.
Woman, but with a man?
No.
Here's what I know my ex-wife would say. Oh, that makes sense.
That would explain
You weren't.
Yes.
No wonder you weren't happy with me. You were looking for something different.
And I would want you to be happy.
Yeah.
Maybe it would be black women then, because black women be like, now I gotta go get a test. Like they would treat it totally different, I did not come from that. That would be, I couldn't live with myself putting a woman through that. She done had my kids, she done sacrificed for me.
He can live with himself under so many different scenarios that it's interesting to know where those lines are.
I ain't heard of black women. Are you crazy?
You know, it might take you a while.
To a black woman.
It might take you a while to get there, but if you can zoom out and see the circuit board that is Poundcake's logic, he's kind of, in his own way, a very principled, moral individual. He's figured it out in a way that a lot of other people. Now, it is impossible to follow.
I am in the vein of doing your dirt all by your lonesome.
You're in the vein, all right.
Do your dirt all by your lonesome. Don't drag someone else down with you. Like wives and kids and stuff, that's bad enough. But if you have to divorce later in life to find yourself, at least you divorce. But don't let her find you creeping with another dude. That's devastating. Like,
I'm trying to think of the type of woman that...
Especially if you're the bottom.
I don't think you would marry a black
Is
lady.
it a triple sin if you're the bottom?
Yeah.
Oh,
wow.
my God.
We keep stacking the sins.
You cheat on me with a man and you're the big belly bottom? Oh, no.
The wife's like, please tell me you... Please tell me you were the, please tell me you were the top. Baby, I can't tell you I was the top. Oh, no.
That's like that For Colored Girl movie with Janet Jackson. How you gonna let a man bend you over? He said, ain't nobody bending me over. So you doing the bending? Like, it's...
I haven't seen that.
That clip is viral because it's always
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Poundcake, I think you would marry a white woman, and based on the men you would like, you're going to marry... It's going to be like the story earlier in the week where your white woman wife is going to look like the dude that you leave her for. Or you leave, you're going to leave, like, it's going to be like
like
Tilda.
Megan Rapinoe or whoever that was.
But it's going to be like...
Oh, like in My Sports Break.
Yeah. It's going to be like a Tilda Swinton looking
It's going to be a
girl.
doppelganger, just the guy version.
Yeah, just going to be like a Jared Kushner looking lady.
Skeleton face white girl.
Yeah.
Bro, like that, I can't imagine that. A woman, just, her worth, like...
Tell me if... I'm going to give you a story here. You tell me if it's a quadruple sin.
Okay.
All right. We have a bureau chief, Eric. He listens to the show on iHeartRadio. He's out in Longview, Washington. And there's a story out of Longview, Washington. A 48-year-old married guy got in trouble. He got booked in on animal cruelty because he wanted to hire a hooker for himself and his miniature horse. And he wanted the prostitute to
Why
be
you gotta bring Lil Sebastian into this?
I like that it was a mini horse.
Yeah, right.
He offered to pay a woman $440 to travel to Longview to, quote, touch him and his mini horse sexually. He said he was having a difficult time finding a willing participant, as the last two girls I asked said it was way outside their comfort zone.
And he has a wife.
It is hard to find ladies who will wank a horse.
Especially a mini
and
horse.
And you at the same time, mini horse.
If you're going to wank a horse, you probably want a full-size one.
Well, no, I would think that a mini horse would be at least closer to the size of the guy. And maybe your equilibrium isn't as...
I think once you're asking me, is it a quadruple sin?
He's stepping out with a female prostitute, but with a male horse.
I understand, but I think once you start getting into the bestiality and the animals and stuff, you're a sick man. And not only is he sick, but he's cheap. $400 for that? So
that includes travel.
Right, that's real cheap.
So that's cheap. So he's sick. That man needs to be... He needs some therapy.
So to you, he's in a different... He gets written off immediately.
That's mental illness. Yeah, like, oh, I married someone who was actually sick.
I see.
So, no. His mind ain't right if he wants to do something with a miniature horse.
He admitted during his interview with the police that he had prior sexual contact with his miniature horses.
Of course he has.
Well, all right. But we've reached an understanding there that there's
weighing in on this. I don't understand.
What's that?
I said, how are women not weighing in on this? I didn't think I was alone on this. I'm trying to save y'all.
Oh, I don't know that you're alone. They might feel that you're speaking properly for them.
Okay.
I mean, have you completely given up on your quest to break your V card with a woman?
No, I haven't completely.
P in the V?
No, I haven't completely given up, but it's one of those scenarios. I'm not in the business of tricking people. I want everyone to know up front. I can't. I know I could go to the brothel in Vegas and, get the works, but I want them to know. I don't want them to feel a ways about it. because I just feel like that is wrong. I want them to know that I'm gay. This is a bucket list thing for me. I am really curious about it. And I would love that if you would be enshrined in my memory as the woman who took my V card. That's how I want to approach it. Not say anything and then, tell them, oh, wow, now I feel so much better sleeping with Jason. Like, so much better.
It better not be Jason Waterfalls.
The Brothel would be a great name for a prostitute soup restaurant. Somebody put that into play out there. And they love brand new restaurants out there in Vegas. Do it outside Clark County and you're good to go. Mm-hmm. Okay, so finding a horse hooker, that's just, you write that one off.
Man. That's not even a sin anymore.
Man. All
that's
right.
sick man territory.
That's sick.
All right.
When you know what you're doing, like, you're not mentally ill if you're looking for another man. That's just, you're not, it was suppressed. You were probably holding on to that when you said your vows in, poor faith, bad faith.
Yeah.
And, you've been keeping a secret the whole time. And I feel like that's devastating because you took a woman only has a certain amount of years where her birthing years, she gave you kids and she can't even give kids to the man that she's about to remarry if he wants her.
Alan, is Poundcake saying that he came out to protect a woman's feelings?
No, that's not
what the hell is he talking about?
I'm saying I would rather come out than to be suppressed all these years and hurt a woman's feelings. It wasn't necessarily for the women, but I'm glad I did, so I didn't have to go through that because that would be a very traumatic experience for me and for them. You're not just getting divorced; you're making a second life for yourself.
Well, there it is. Asked and answered. You want to get the last word in, you can send me a text, 35192. Got another $1,000 for you on the way, 6:30. Listen for that next keyword to grab a grand from the Buzzard bookie.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Now, you can relive the greatest moments from our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Streaming only on Hulu.
Lenny Kravitz kicks things off with his biggest hits.
Foo Fighters get the whole crowd singing along.
Travis Scott brings the heat with an explosive performance.
TLC pay a heartwarming tribute to Lisa Left Eye Lopez.
Kane Brown brings out surprise guest Khalid.
Kelly Clarkson lights